For the game. The news from the middle is that Leicestershire have won the toss and chosen to bowl first. Almost certainly because there is forecast to be a little bit of weather around, and in those circumstances it is always, or usually always, better to chase. Well, I'll give you the news of the sides. We'll start with Gloucestershire and Ed.
Yeah, thanks very much, Richard. Good morning, good afternoon even to everyone. I still have to get used to day-night cricket. Of course, it is afternoon, isn't it? It feels a bit like the morning because how gloomy it is out there, and the fact that we've got 50 over cricket on. But day-night cricket, which is exciting. It is an unchanged Gloucestershire side from the playoff game, which I think is the first time that they've been unchanged all competition.
Good on them, and what a game that was for the Gloucesters. Absolutely hammered Lancashire. Leicestershire, they have changed from the last couple of games, but only because Colin Ackerman is back from the 100 and Josh Hull and Tom Scriven have both recovered from illness. Vian Mulder is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end. He goes in and bowls to the Gloucester skipper James Bracey, pushes it across the left-hander. Looked rather wide, that to me. Bracey let it go through. It was not signalled wide by umpire at this end. It is Neil Malander. I hesitate slightly, but although they are very different in build, and standing at the square leg end, the Bennett end, that is, for the first innings and presumably the second innings as well, will be Jack Shantry. Mulder, right armour, turns it in outside off stump, and cut away nicely by Bracey through the offside, off the back foot for 4. Just enough width, and James Bracey in control of that one, right on top of the bounce, pierce the field. And once you do that, even given the amount of rain that's been around the East Midlands and the rest of the country in recent weeks, the outfield is still pretty swift.
It's got a lot of red Leicestershire caps around, but there are certainly a fair few travelling supporters as well. I can see a bit more yellow over the far side of the ground. Got
a good cheer as well, that 4 as well, didn't it? Plenty down below us as in goes Mulder, straighter this time. Bracey just turns it calmly off his legs down towards mid-wicket. Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill runs across from mid-on to field, and 1 is taken. The 2 men out are at pretty much square leg. That's Louis Kimber out there, and third man usually is Josh Hull, and it does look like the tall teenager down there. 2 slips. 2 left-handers, of course, Miles Hammond and James Bracey. Hammond, it will be on strike on the back of his splendid innings against Lancashire. In goes Mulder, bowls to him, very straight. There's a peel for leg before, surely would have pitched outside leg stump. Might have well have gone on to hit the stumps. And it certainly wasn't an issue of height, but certainly did pitch outside leg for me.
Yeah, I think I'd be cross that he's missed out there, Hammond, really. It was leg side enough that he could tuck it away, and there is that huge gap on the leg side, only mid-on saving a single on the onside in front of square, so it was an opportunity for him to get off the mark, really, as much as anything else.
It was there to be worked away or put away one way or another. Mulder looked amazed that it wasn't given, but I was slightly more amazed at the appeal, really. Outside off stump, driven by Hammond, but scrambling across to his right is Scriven, who makes the stop at mid-off. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, the first of what will be a half-hourly occurrence for much of the afternoon. 5 without loss after 5 balls. Leicestershire won the toss and have chosen to bowl first on a slightly gloomy afternoon down here in Aylestone. That's because if there is a little bit of weather around, it's as well to be batting second, knowing what you are chasing. Vian Mulder has just bowled the first over. He conceded 1 boundary to James Bracey, the Gloucestershire skipper, and a single. So after 1 over, Gloucestershire batting first are 5 without loss. The last delivery, which you probably missed on commentary, was blocked by Hammond out into the offside firmly, and again Scriven made the stop. End of the first over, and as I was saying, 5 without loss.
Yeah, you were mentioning that Miles Hammond innings, 109 not out in the playoff game. Of course, it was chasing a very low total, and Hammond was the first really to say that, of course, you interview the man who scored the century, but it was the bowlers that won that game, skittling Lancashire's top order. Everybody chipped in with wickets as well, so it was really an all-round team performance in the field and with the ball by Gloucestershire, leaving them not much work to do with the bat, and Hammond certainly made very light work of it. Gloucestershire chasing down 177 to beat Lancashire inside the halfway mark of their innings. Here comes Chris Wright then to bowl his first delivery, bowling to Bracey, who plays a defensive shot that goes up to mid-off, and there is no run to be had there. You would feel, if you're Gloucestershire, that it's going to be a testing spell. Chris Wright is somebody that has tended to, certainly from the games that I've covered, Gloucestershire versus Leicestershire, enjoy bowling against Gloucestershire, and he's going to be a threat with these new balls, one at either end. Two slips in. As Wright approaches, he's in over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Bracey, who flicks that one away, backward of square. There are two fielders trying to get there. The ball's not exactly racing across the outfield, but it will beat the two fielders down to the boundary. And so Bracey has 2 fours in his first 5 balls faced, and Gloucestershire 9 without loss. It wasn't too far offline from Wright, but just far enough with fine leg up inside the circle that you just don't give yourself much margin for error. You mentioned this is a hybrid pitch, which usually tends to mean the ball comes on quite nicely. Hopefully we'll see a nice high-scoring game as Bracey pushes up towards mid-off. Hammond is slow setting off here. The throw hits, but not out, says the umpire. That was a very tight single indeed.
Ooh.
Bracey sliding in. He had to worry about sliding into the fielder Vian Mulder as well, but that must have been very close indeed, and they're through 10 without loss.
I'd love to see that from sideways on.
Yeah.
It seemed a slightly unnecessary risk at this early stage in proceedings.
Hammond couldn't believe that the single was being taken because the ball was played straight towards him, but obviously he was not running to the danger end, so he had basically no choice but to set off. So that could have been disastrous for Gloucestershire in the second over. Hammond facing up to right for the first time. He gets a wide delivery and drives it, but picks out cover. So he's played 3 quite nice looking shots so far as Miles Hammond, but he's picking the fielders at this point.
The 2 balls that Bracey has put away for 4 have been proper cricket shots, haven't they? Nothing risky, unlike the run.
It is raining, and I would say it's doing a bit more than just drizzling. It's, well, it's sort of steady drizzle, really. In comes Wright, bowls to Hammond, who again drives and will pick out the fielder at mid-off. So he's just got to make sure that he doesn't get a little bit too greedy here, Hammond. Of course, his role in white ball cricket over the years has tended to be the one that tries to get Gloucestershire off to a flyer, but what was terrific to see in that century was that not only did he score at a terrific rate, but he just picked and chose the balls to go after. In comes Wright and bowls to Hammond, who flashes and misses outside the off stump, and that's exactly the sort of shot that you've got to watch, because really it wasn't particularly there to be forced away. The feet didn't really go anywhere, and he's fortunate not to have got an edge to that. Hammond has yet to get off the mark, and 2 overs have gone, and we've had 5 runs off each of them.
Leicestershire already using the beer towels or rags or whatever they are that many of them are carrying to just dry off the ball.
I see we've ditched the
balls.
80s theme already. The 80s music at the start has been.
Is this a bit more modern, is it?
The Weekend, I think it is.
Okay. In goes Mulder, driven beautifully, just slightly over pitch, and again Bracey looks absolutely on top of his game. He's certainly got on top of the bounce there and just leant forward. No big stride, just made sure he timed it perfectly. Wide of Scriven at mid-off. All Scriven can do is just turn and jog down towards the meat. But very Well, I say you cannot have gradations of uniqueness, can you? It is a unique building, full stop, that has been there for many a long year here at the county ground. In goes Mulder and bowls outside off stump, left by Bracey, and then he turns and gestures to the umpire as though somebody was moving behind the bowler's
I think,
arm.
unfortunately, what happened was that the music came on for about half a second again, and then came off again. Then I think the umpire's saying, well, what do you expect me to do about it?
It is off-putting. He didn't have time really to step away. Happily, it went through outside off stump, so no sort of harm done in that respect, other than that a ball has been used. In goes Mulder, bowls. Similar sort of ball, almost chops on Bracey, thick inside edge past the off stump, and picked up by Peter Hanscom, running in from behind the stumps. It was quite a thick inside edge, could easily have chopped that one on, didn't. So he's played some, three lovely shots, James Bracey, but he's also had a couple of slightly fortunate escapes.
Yeah, I mean, you think you're probably going to need to ride your luck a little bit in these conditions, new balls as we've been mentioning, but that was certainly a slice of luck there.
Mulder is in, 2 hummy drives and misses. That was a little bit loose from James Bracey, and fortunate not to get the edge through to Peter Hanscom. Hands up to the head for Mulder. That very slight drizzle that Ed was talking about looks to have almost stopped already. It does look a fraction lighter. There was no reaction from the umpires out there, were there? They've got their nice broad-brimmed sort of black Panama-style hats on, of course, but say minimal reaction. We do have tomorrow. I'll get Ed to explain the rules. In goes Mulder, driven, but hand off the bat. It was slightly wide from Mulder to Bracey, and he had to reach for it a little bit. Got it away behind square on the offside, down towards wide third man. Hull came in and fielded, but Bracey picked up a couple. He has got all the runs so far, 16 off 11 for the Gloucestershire skipper, out of 16 without loss. Miles Hammond's only faced 6 deliveries.
Got to kind of walk the line between being busy and frenetic, and I've had a couple of bits of frenetic cricket as well as the busy stuff like that last ball.
Mulder is in, and again a drive and a slightly airy miss from James Bracey. Having got his 4 off the over, slightly unnecessary, but as you say, get used to it in the power play to a certain extent. 16 without loss after 3 Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky as well. You're batting first. You don't know necessarily when the rain is going to come. So if, for example, it rains after even something like 20 overs, it's 20 overs that we need to constitute a match in this semi-final. And what you don't want to be doing is going along too slowly. Whilst Duckworth-Lewis rewards you for not losing wickets, at the same time, it's a very tricky position to be in if the rain is going to curtail things. So you've got to worry about run rate as well early on. Right bowls to Hammond, who drives in the air. He's caught at point. Hammond goes without scoring, and he just spooned it, really. It wasn't the trickiest catch at point. And Gloucestershire have lost an early one, 16 for 1, as Budinger pouches the simple catch. Wright does get the early one that Leicestershire would have been after, and Hammond has to trudge off without scoring.
And that was kind of what we were talking about. It wasn't really there to drive in that way. He certainly was obviously not on top of the bounce. It was slightly wide, and it was a comfortable enough catch for Budinger. He'd been disappointed to have put that one down, so potentially an important breakthrough. The Centurion from the last match goes without scoring in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned his importance to the Gloucestershire side in terms of somebody that can go out and get the side off to real flyers, and if he does get his eye in, especially through the middle, he can be very dangerous against spin as well. He just looked as if he had had enough of driving the ball straight to fielders, and it was neither one thing nor the other in the end from Hammond. I think he maybe did have thoughts of trying to clear the infield and try to take the infielders out of the equation, but it just shows you pressure of a semi-final, somebody who likes to get on with things, wants to get off the mark early, and just a few dot balls is able to build that kind of pressure where he already feels like he's got to go over the top. It's obviously not the end of the world for Gloucestershire, especially because they have Ollie Price coming into the middle, a man who has been in sensational form, not just in the one-day cup, but in the championship games preceding that. But 553 runs, 2 centuries, 3 50s as well for Ollie Price. He's on strike to right, who bowls that surely a wide and is outside the off stump to him, so just adjusting the radar for the first right-hander that comes out. But there was some shape there, looking at
little bit,
pictures.
Just moved away a touch.
Just unfortunately for him, it started wide and got even wider. 17 for 1, just the one slip. Third is back on the boundary, and there's a deep forward square leg. Right bowls outside off again, more movement away from the right-handed Price, and he leaves it alone. Gonna have to watch the one that comes back, or at least goes straight on. The old wobble ball or scrambled seam, something like that, which no doubt Wright will try to set Price up for. Drag him across maybe and try to pin him. LBW if he can't get him to nick off. In comes Wright and bowls. It's cut by Price, but it finds the fielder at cover point. Louis Kimber, the man who was all over things for Leicestershire when they won the one-day cup fixture last year at Bristol, which proved to be a pretty pivotal game actually in terms of particularly Gloucestershire's. If you point to one game that they'll wish they could have won, it would have been that one, and they would still have, well, they would have qualified then even last year for the playoffs in this competition. Right bowls to Price again. There's good carry and a bit of movement away. Price thought about playing but just withdrew the bat, and through it goes to Hanscom.
15th wicket of the competition for Chris Wright, 38-year-old. What a career he's had, one way or another. Essex, Warwickshire, Leicestershire, shortly to be Sussex.
In comes Wright, hair flapping as he runs into bowl, and that's worked away into the onside by Ollie Price to get off the mark, just wide of the fielder at mid-on. And it is 18 for 1 with 1 ball remaining in the 4th over, and the Price on Bracey's wicket just went up a good distance because he's been the one that has been finding the gaps so far.
Is this it is a key partnership, is it the key partnership, you wonder? Bracey and Ollie Price, plenty to come.
In comes Wright, over the wicket to Bracey, who's waiting with an open stance, and he clips the ball through mid-wicket. They'll think about 2, but they won't get it. That's good work. Off the boundary, and 19 for 1 are Gloucestershire after 4 overs. First wicket falling in that one. Hammond without scoring for a 7-baller, as it turned out. And it is Bracey and Price who've got to rebuild things. Harry Tector, Graham Van Buren, Jack Taylor all got runs in the competition, coming in as the next 3. Tector the only one of those actually without a century, but he didn't play in all the games and had, I think it was an 86 it was against Derbyshire. So they've all got runs, but you don't want to be losing too many early ones here.
Wilder's having a go around the wicket. Bowls, forward goes Bracey, slightly inside part of the bat as it pushes it back down the pitch to Leicestershire South Africa international all-rounder. 19 for 1. Definitely isn't raining now, it's reasonably light. You can see sort of some vaguely showery clouds, but they're away where the weather is going, so to speak. It's coming, as it often does here, from the sort of southwest. In goes Mulder, and oh, beauty! Bounces and leaves Bracey, and well, he did well not to get a touch on that. That was a super delivery from Vian Mulder. Bounce and a little bit of seam movement, just straightened a touch, and a tough one to play.
Yeah, it's been my experience of these hybrid pitches that if you can really hit the middle of them hard, you get that kind of significant carry that we just saw from that ball.
Mulder is in and bowls. Bracey's driving beautifully, got on top of the bounce there, past Kimber, couldn't get across, and it runs out to the deep extra, well, obviously deep extra cover boundary for 4. Super shot. Not the first that Bracey has played. He moves on to 21 of 16 deliveries.
Conversely, though, if you bowl full like that on these hybrids, it doesn't tend to be, yeah, exactly. It just comes onto the bat, and you can trust the response of the ball off the surface as a batter. But it is one of those things where, I mean, you kind of got to bowl full because it's up front and the ball's moving about, but at the same time you can go for runs.
Mulder is in, edge caught at slip. Oh, Bracey went for the drive, having hit the previous delivery beautifully to the boundary, went for the drive again, might just have been a fraction of shape, got the edge straight to Ackerman at slip, and Leicestershire have made a huge double breakthrough. First Miles Hammond, and now James Bracey goes, caught at slip for 21.
He scored 21 out of the 23 runs so far, and it has to be said it's not a dismissal which wasn't on the cards from what we've seen so far. He was driving beautifully when the ball was right up to the bat, but he did show that he was willing to flash at a ball which was not quite as full as that. And you will, as I've been saying on these hybrids, you will be punished for that, because the ball will just lift a bit and it's far more likely to take a nice outside edge for the slip cordon to take. And that's exactly what's happened there. So James Bracey, 21, pleasant start, but it's nothing more than that, and Gloucestershire are already in a bit of trouble here. And I think thoughts of trying to get off to some sort of a flyer to get ahead of Duckworth-Lewis, it's fairly out of the window now. I think they've just got to make sure that they don't lose any more wickets up front, because whilst they do have that depth of batting, and the batting which has got runs in the middle order for them this campaign as well, you do not want to be losing 3 wickets up front. Tector and Price have got to see off the rest of this new ball period, you feel.
Yeah, there are plenty of stats flying around that suggest if you do lose 3 in the power play, and this applies to 50 overs as well as T20, then you lose something like 70 to 80% of the games. I'm sure there's a more precise stat, but it is around that sort of level. So, yeah, important that they dig in a little bit. In goes Mulder. Oh, bowls a beauty just outside off stump, just holds its own, flicks past the outside edge of a slightly tentative press by Tector, and goes into the gloves of Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. That was a beauty from Mulder. Again, a little bit of shape. The South African international was the MVP, as they say in America, and I think probably in this country these days, in this competition last season. Looks determined in this one as well. Bowls very straight, going down the legs. No, Tector is gone, leg before wicket. Mulder has 2 in 3 balls. I thought for a minute it might just have been drifting down a leg stump, but indeed when I look at the replay, it was probably going on to hit leg, middle and leg possibly, and Mulder, well, I was just saying about 3 wickets. Leicestershire have them, and we are still only in the 5th over.
Well, this is turning into a disaster for Gloucestershire. I must say, like you, my first reaction was going down the leg side, but there we go. The decision is out, and Tector is gone without scoring, so 2 ducks for Gloucestershire's top order, and it's going to be a really tall order to rebuild from here. Pretty much everything is going to have to go right now. They'll need a couple of big partnerships, and it's most likely having to be Ollie Price, and I would guess Graham Van Buren, who's going to come out. Indeed it is. And then Jack Taylor. They do have more batting after that with Tom Price and Anwar Ali, but I just get the feeling that as soon as this early movement goes, that actually this is going to turn out to be quite a decent pitch to bat on, and making use of the ball whilst it's moving, getting those early wickets is what's going to peg Gloucestershire back and potentially leave them short of what they would require, but it is certainly doing plenty out there at the moment, and somehow they've just got to get through it. I mean, that ball from Mulder, it has to be said, I don't think really did very much through the air.
The first one was a beaut, but
I think possibly just the fact that it didn't was what caused the dismissal.
He was a little bit anchored in his crease, got a bit too far across. Looking at the replay, a reasonable decision. So, what an over from Bian Mulder.
Yeah, 2 for 15 he's got from 3 overs, but 2 wickets in the last 3 balls. In comes Wright and bowls to Ollie Price, who plays the ball calmly up towards mid-on. He will, you would think, go about his business in the way that he usually does, but of course he's not played in a semi-final before. As Ollie Price, he did play in the playoff, a couple of years back. This is a very situation to coming out, but he did in the playoff game against Gloucestershire, hitting 178 the winner. Right, bowls his punch, that's forward, but it's a tie, from Ollie Price. Again, he's still across the boundary, but Norway dead set free.
Now, but you're about a decent hit. 4-1, and the new 2.
In comes Wright and slices up, maybe it's not ball cover with it, he's not behind with his feeting. Just up the impression he should be ball to work anyway. He commits him. The rating thing out there. In the game, semi-final, 23 for 3 of 7 3. Bright gets a hand lead, able towards the stem. Nothing else does. The manager was trying for route, and then missed us with the on, as it were, and more runs, 31-3.
Another wish he wants to something.
Every ball just to try that. You get 4 more for that. It's 35 for 3. That is the end of the 6th over. Right over the old but one time that they massively unstuck with the bat. It was at 120 and took the thing after. I don't have to put those thoughts out of the mind. And plus we know that similar story extra day.
Just extra. Oh, goes through Graham Van Buren, and it somehow misses. Goodness me, that was another beauty from Bian Mulder. Some really decent movement out there, even with these white balls. And picked up 2 wickets in his last over. Then 4 balls there.
Tend to be so when Van Buren is out in the middle. He's somebody who likes to be very busy at the crease. And he's very much a counter puncher, whether that be with, well, against perhaps I should say red ball or white ball. Tends to look to try to attack. It's exactly what he did in probably his biggest contribution to the campaign so far in the victory over Northamptonshire at Cheltenham this season. As Wright bowls, it's flicked away by Van Buren out towards deep forward square, and there will be a single, 45 for 3. Van Buren making 108 from just 102 deliveries in that game, and came to the crease at a slightly better position than he does here at 54 for 3, but it was an innings very much of a rescue act, as Gloucestershire went from 142 for 7 up to 278. Wright bowls to Price, who dabs quietly out towards backward point. It's picked up by Budinger, who claimed the catch of Miles Hammond. The first wicket to fall, and there's no run to be had there. So that game, I guess, provides a little bit of a blueprint as to how to recover, and you tend to need a pretty big partnership. So they're going to have to set about their work here, Gloucestershire, knowing that there's a lot to be done. Wright is in and bowls, tight to off stump, but Price lets that one go, which I think is a good move at this stage. They've, by some of these boundaries that they've hit, they've taken a bit of pressure off the run rate, and of course, as I said earlier, if we are to get interrupted, Duckworth-Lewis is going to be harsh on Gloucestershire for the 3 wickets that they've lost anyway. So to be honest, they might as well just, now that they've lost those 3 wickets, just quote-unquote bat normally, if that wasn't the plan anyway. Wright in and bowls, worked away through mid-wicket. Again, there's that chasm between short fine leg and mid-on for runs to be had. It's just the one this time, though, 46 for 3.
Whisper it, but it actually looks sort of reasonably light around where the weather has been coming from, quite nicely broken up as well. So we might just be fortunate here and get the forecast sort of from 4-ish is pretty good, they tell me. So fingers crossed we're going to get plenty of cricket.
In comes Wright, bowls to Van Buren, who tries to pull a ball that has not missed off stump by very much at all. That was a bizarre shot from Graham Van Buren, kind of half sort of Gorn Greenwich style attempted side, but the ball was outside the off stump, wasn't that short, and he's so lucky not to either get an inside edge through to the keeper or an inside edge onto the stumps.
Goodness. Well, there's one thing being fearless, but it's an amount of responsibility as well.
There's another word ending in less that might come more to mind. Slightly reckless there from Van Buren. That time it's the exact opposite. A studious leave outside the off stump to complete the 8th over. 46 for 3. Gloucestershire with Price on 15. Van Buren on 9. Toto tie.
Are we back in the 80s? That is the 80s?
It's a lot of people's greatest song ever, this, I think.
Is it? Yeah. Right. Mulder will continue from the pavilion end here at, as I say, not quite so. Upton's counter-ground floodlights having come on at the beginning, of course, will stay on. Mulder, quite a short run, is in, advancing down the pitch towards him is Ollie Price, and letting it go outside the off stump. They are keeping Ackerman in at slip. Although already the movement that was apparent, just both bowlers, Wright and Mulder, got on a sort of over, about their third over. The ball moved a little bit. Not now. Really don't last very long, these white balls, in terms of offering any sort of real assistance to the bowlers. In goes Mulder and bowls. It looks a bit high, that, to me, and although there's a loud appeal for leg before, and it looks straightish, Price, who's quite a tall man, was hit well above the knee. Mulder ponders momentarily, but for me that was a question of height.
Yes, I think so. It looked fairly straight,
yeah, but
just it kind of sounded as if it was either pad flap or thigh pad that it struck him on. So
gonna get a replay.
As you say, he's not a short man, is Price. And you get just a little bit, whilst not really any great movement, just a bit of lift again off that good length, which you will see usually on these hybrids.
Mulder asking questions again to Price. That is a little bit more leg side, and Price just leans on it, turning the bat face, pushing the ball out through the vacant leg area down towards fielder on the square leg boundary, who is Louis Kimber. And one is taken. So it's going through a relatively 47 after 0.3. Run rate still 5.5. Van Buren waits as Mulder is in bowls. Foolish, might have attempted to drive because he just checked the shot and just stroked it in slightly more defensive mode out towards Hill at mid-off. Rishi Patel sort of running across in front of Hill, made sure that the batsman stayed in their crease. Not that they really showed any inclination to take on Leicester's opening batter's arm. Could see all the hospitality boxes, more and more people come. And in goes Mulder and bowls, straight but back on his stumps. Van Buren again, slightly jumping almost as he turns his wrist, pushes it out towards Kimber, and he too take one. They've reduced the prices fairly dramatically if you want to come just for the second innings, Leicestershire, i.e. post, once you're out of school or after work. You can certainly do that. Tickets available on the gate. And see what see the conclusion of what could be a fascinating semi-final. Not a bad crowd in, I'd say something like 1,500, maybe a few more already. In goes Mulder and bowls, outside off stump just, and Price forward, but defensively stroking the ball out into the offside, and just the 2 runs from the over. So the last couple of overs have been, as I say, relatively restrained from Gloucester's view. Price 16 off 19, Van Buren 9, but already they have more than doubled the score.
Yeah, what's east, as I mentioned, to the different Gloucestershire have had in the campaign, and you feel that probably at least one of them is going to have to go on and do that. It's been really one of the things which has got Gloucestershire here, the fact that they've got those big contributions with that. This campaign is right bowls, it's flicked towards short fine leg, a scream of no from Ollie Price at the non-striker's end, sending Van Buren back. Hull did have to move down and to his left there, so they might actually have got through if they decided to come through. But they were actually involved, these two, in a run out in that Northamptonshire game that I was talking about. Gloucestershire had 3 run outs in that game, which certainly didn't help their cause, and they, I think it's fair to say, got away with that, and Van Buren actually kind of bailed himself out of a hole, having been involved in a couple of them. That's a nice ball there from right, maybe just hints back in towards Graham Van Buren, who just has to cover up and defend out into the covers.
Let's just see what's going on. Have Hampshire at one yet?
They have.
They have.
They've wrapped it up. Warwickshire bowled out for 93 in 25.5 overs. Dawson, Liam, that is, 7 for 15, including 5 for 0 to finish his spell. Right bowls, it's tucked into the onside by Van Buren, wide of mid-on for a single. 49 for 3, halfway through the 10th. And Hampshire have chased it down, just losing Nick Gubbins for 9. Fletcher Middleton with a half-century, and a 9-wicket win with 30.5 overs to spare.
Good Lord. What were Warwickshire thinking? Because the pitch, although, well, as Hampshire's innings indicates, there was something there, but not that much. They just batted terribly.
Right bowls to Price. It's short and it's wide, and Price has missed out because he's cut it to the fielder at cover point. Louis Kimber. There's no run. He's already crashed one boundary through. This time he misses out. There's a bit of turn, what I could see from the pictures there, but certainly nothing to suggest that a spinner ought to be able to pick up 7 for 15. Well, there's any type of 7 for 15 it looks like, but then a lot of the wickets bowled and stumped, and some tame dismissals as well, as Price pushes into the gap this time, beats Budinger to his right hand side. It's running out towards the backward point boundary but shouldn't get there, but it's a long way to a pretty comfortable 3, which is exactly what they've done, and it up the 52, but for the loss of 3 wickets. Price 0 and Graham Van Buren trying to steady the listing ship. 52 for 3. And so of course these two sides, that it is Hampshire that await in the final at Trent Bridge on September the 16th. Right, last ball of the 10th over. It's short and wide and has been hammered for 4 by Van Buren. You've never really been able to bowl there to him. He's so strong on that cut shot. Most batters are happy that short for Van Buren to bring that shot. So not the finish to the 10 overs of power play, one that Leicestershire would have been after with 8 runs off that over, but you'd have to say because of the 3 wickets it still has been Leicestershire's first 10. 6 for 3 Gloucestershire, having been in grey skies, potentially a bit of a threat of rain about, but they would have loved only to have lost the 1, maximum 2, I think, rather than the 3 that they have.
Well, as they've done pretty much throughout this competition when he's been available, Leicestershire bring Josh Hull on for over number 11 when the young left armer has just a little bit more cover with the extra 2 men out outside the circle. He's going to be bowling to Ollie Price. He's still got a slip in from the pavilion end. Bowls very full outside off stump indeed. It was pretty much a full toss, I think, and reached for it, Price. But it was such a long reach that he didn't really quite middle it. Managed to steer it away past Mulder at extra cover, who's signalling to the pavilion that he'd like a sweater or 2, please. It's a bit cold. Tom Scriven fielded behind him, and Price takes 1, moves on to 20, 57 for 3. Hull, start of this game, top wicket taker alongside Chris Wright in the competition for the Foxes. In he goes and bowls, stepping across his stumps and then defending a delivery just outside off stump is Van Buren, indicating with his right hand that he thought it moved a bit away. I'm not sure it did.
No, I think it just angled across, didn't it? But it was almost as if he felt it was going to come back, but actually it didn't. So you've just got to get used to things, haven't you? You don't see too many bowlers like Josh Hull about, a tall left armer who likes to hit the pitch hard, and just takes a few balls probably to get used to.
He has been wonderfully effective. He's been a super find for, well, not a find, he's come through the system, but he has developed really well this season for Leicestershire. 6'7", in he goes and bowls, and ooh, I think he had a little twitch at that one outside off stump, Van Buren. Maybe we'll have to have a look at the replay. He did drop his hands, but it was a little bit quicker, I suspect, than he thought, and There was just a little sort of twitch from the man from Pretoria.
There's just a difference in Hull's action from where you think it's going to come from. I don't really know how to describe it, but you think it looks incredibly smooth, and then there's just a, I don't know. It must be difficult to get used to his action.
In he goes and bowls straight. Van Buren back on his stumps again. Defensive, thick inside part of the bat. Squirts the ball out rather towards square leg. There isn't a square leg, just but into mid-wicket. He has to run across to his right. In fact, it's Ackerman who's at mid-wicket, has to run across to his right to field, and one is taken.
Sorry, Richard, probably is the angle of his arm, maybe, because if he's going to with a really tall, and it's just a bit more round arm than maybe it's just there's something a bit different about it, just from behind, but I've quite put my finger on it yet.
Bowls to Price, who's pushing at a wide one, half driving, half pushing. It was a non-committed shot, and it almost paid a heavy price for playing it. Didn't get outside as it went through to Hanscom. But there's sort of being clearly taking the batters who haven't, if you haven't faced him before, just a few balls to get accustomed to where is it coming from. But he is sharper than you would think. Josh Hullen, he certainly swings the red ball. And he goes and bowls on off stump just outside. You heard the call of no from Ollie Price as he stepped forward and blocked that one out with a slightly angled bat out towards point. And did field. That is the end of a decent first over from a teenager who was bowling in schools cricket at this time last year. Probably the other end.
You wouldn't want to be at the end of that, would you? Oh my goodness. Somebody's, how tall is he? 6 foot? Yes, I was going to say he's about the only person who can come close to rivalry there in the middle. For height, Jack Chantry would have, he'd probably be taller than Jack Chantry. He was certainly very tall as Chantry, and Hull's got to be about the only one close. I think Dom Goodman for Gloucestershire is something like 6'5", maybe 6'6", something like that. I'm always very bad at remembering exact heights, but yeah, there are some tall young bowlers about, which is always good because they always seem to be searching for bowlers with a bit of height, especially when it comes to away Ashes series. Matt Salisbury is into the attack for the first time, bowling to Van Buren, who is going to get a single up towards mid-on. He was a bit slow setting off, but actually in the end he realised that he'd actually mistimed it to such a degree that they could come through for that single up to right at mid-on. 59 for 3. It was a little bit of a pokey defensive shot from Van Buren, but managed to get a run for it and get up the non-striker's end. Saw that Salisbury had been fairly prolific in the cricket that
just the 2 games he's played. Yep, 3 wickets in the games that he's played in the last 2 games.
In comes Salisbury over the wicket to Price, who's forward and just defending out into the covers, fielded there by Rishi Patel, and there is no run. 3 for
41 in the win against Middlesex here, and then 3 for 28 in the win against Yorkshire. Hence the fact that he's kept his place for the semi-final.
And important that as the ball starts to do a bit less, that right on the money accuracy wise he has been so far, but he's just been on driven by Price. There's a big hand on that from, assume that's still right at mid on, who's parried the ball away, taken some pace off it, and it's 2.
I think it's a skipper.
Right,
right completed the fielding.
I think they've switched because he's at, yes, he's at mid off now rather than at mid on. Yes, there we go. Slight height difference.
I would have been very impressed had Chris Wright got down to that.
Somehow just, I don't know whether it's just an optical illusion with these railings in front or something like that, but I was struggling to tell Neil Mallender and Jack Chantry apart. You wouldn't have thought that would have been an issue as they were walking out, but somehow everybody seems about the same height apart from Van Buren as he's standing next to Chantry at the moment. This is tucked into the onside. Next delivery by Ollie Price, but finds the hands of Ackerman at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 61 for 3.
We should say that we are quite high here. We're on top of the pavilion here at Grey Road, which is 3 stories high. It's not the highest pavilion in county cricket by a long chalk, but what do you reckon? 40 feet? Something like that?
Yeah.
Guessing a bit.
Here goes Salisbury. He bowls, and Price again is playing respectfully, this time up the pitch for Salisbury to field. So just the 5 runs since the end of the power play.
So 8 though in time.
Still, I think you'd feel if you were a Gloucestershire supporter, you're not comfortable that the figures at least to lose another wicket. You've still got to go about their business with a degree of caution, you feel. Salisbury is in to bowl, and this is punched off the back foot, but again, Salisbury can stop it in his follow through, so a tidy enough start there. Salisbury with just 3 up his over, score remain 61 for 3 up overs. I think Josh Hull's mentioned in the TMS team for 27, I think, at the next home Ashes. They were trying to pick what the England side in that series all the way at the moment, and I'm pretty sure Hull's name was mentioned in dispatches.
Encouraging for the young man who runs away from us and bowls to Van Buren, who is driving. Not with any real conviction on that occasion. Made sure he got on top of the bounce. Was reading a touch. Steered it away in front of point, out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. Takes 1, moves on to 18. It'll run a ball.
They can bowl 50 overs of seam, can't they?
Yeah.
Leicestershire with Scriven that we haven't seen yet. They don't have to bowl spin at all.
They don't. And Scriven will get through a number of overs. I would imagine that they like to get a few out of Ackerman, just to sort of give themselves a little bit of a buffer. Hull is in, bowls. Price is driving again, but wait on, he calls, as he sees Hill, who's back at mid-off, with Mulder at mid-on, moving across to his right to make the stop. Ackerman has been very effective. Gets through his overs quickly, quite hard to get away. Indeed, I'm just looking at the economy rates. Salisbury 3.63, Hull 5.76, Ackerman 5.11. In goes Hull, bowls up in the air, should be caught by Mulder, is caught by Mulder. Price top edged, went for the pull, and a simple catch for Mulder at mid on, and that feels like a really big blow.
It does, and again, it's just a bit of life off, which you're going to get a bit of lift. It's onto him seemingly too quickly for him to get through the shot that he was aiming, and there is that 4th wicket. So that partnership not able to do the job that he did do for Gloucestershire after the early loss. Despite the fact the movement has seemingly gone into trolley, there's still that lift in the use. You have height and a bit of childness, and that's what's created that wicket. It's very often that you see Price hide up, Hill back, thoroughly regretting that particular shot. At the same thing, he was rushed by that ball from Hull, and Gloucester slip further into disarray at 62 for 4. Jack Taylor coming out, a man who has been phenomenal in this competition for the last few years, really. He's got his first 2 List A hundreds for Gloucestershire this year, after coming close a couple of times in 2022. Had 4 50s in 8 innings last year, and it's 4 50-plus scores in 6 innings. But he's got not only his first ton, but also the fastest ton by a Gloucestershire batter against Sussex. Just 52 balls in List A cricket, that is. So he's got the confidence of knowing he's got form, but this is a very different situation. Semi-final, lots of pressure, and just in the 13th over he's out there, needing to bat for a long time.
Hull, with a slip back in, understandably, goes charging in and bowls. Nicely stroked away by Taylor. Foolish delivery on middle and off, but doesn't get it past Hill, moving across to his left at mid-off. No run. Yeah, that one from Hull, just on to Price a fraction more quickly than he anticipated. Comfortable catch for Van Mulder, who... trying to remember if I've ever seen him drop a catch, to be quite honest, even in T20s. He has got a fantastic pair of hands, Van Mulder, and I can't remember any famous last words. Hull is in. Bowls. Oh, a very airy drive from Taylor. Goes past his outside edge. That was not the most convincing of shots to the second ball one has faced. But again, Gloucestershire, nothing daunted by the scoreboard of 62 for 4, continued to go for their shots. As Ed has been saying, it may be all about anticipating, trying to have a decent enough run rate to give themselves a chance should DLS become a factor. At the moment it isn't, and it does look fairly light where the weather has been coming from. Hull, 20 on his back, is in again to Taylor, up into the ribs, but Taylor on the back calmly blocks it out towards mid-wicket. In from mid-wicket boundary, that is, runs Louis Kimber. One is taken. Hull takes his cap from umpire Malander, gets a low 5, is that the expression, from Ian Mulder, the two having been to take a wicket in the over. 63 for 4 after 30.
Well, if there's one sure way to take DLS later on out of the equation, it's not to be batting then. 60 for 4. Gloucestershire are in serious danger already, even after just 13 overs of not batting their overs. Equally, you can't really say to Jack Taylor, don't go out there and play your natural game. I think that's it. They're just going to have to hope that it's one of those, and not that there haven't been plenty of those days, but it's a day when Jack Taylor is picking the ball up and is able to go off on one like he can. Here's Salisbury bowling to him, and he works the ball away up towards mid-on, but picks out Lewis Hill there, and there is no run. Overall, in his List A career, just to, I guess, show the last couple of seasons of no flash in the pan, he has been terrific for Gloucestershire in List A cricket. Averaged nearly 43 over 2,000 runs in his 77 games. He's far more than just a clean ball striker. Salisbury is into him, and this is looped up in the air. He's going to get away with it. It lands over the head of Salisbury and short of the fielder at mid-off. A big, thick leading edge, but somehow Taylor has managed to loop it short of the fielder.
Oh, that would be a big moment. Goodness me.
I think it's safe to say, with to batting that remains, Tom Price and Anwar Ali can both certainly hold the bat, but Taylor had gone there, that would have been pretty close to game over. Salisbury is into the bottom! Cut 2 stumps, flattened, and Taylor for a big shot off a straight ball, and he thought was of a leg, could pick up into the leg side, and it's been comprehensively cleaned up. 63 for 5, and it's very hard to see a way back from here for Gloucester.
Genuinely extraordinary shot. I suggest that perhaps some of the players have got to inundate with some of the warrant. That's the sort of shot is a little hard to understand in the circumstances. Extraordinary.
Salisbury, mate, I don't think the ball has done a huge amount. The ball just actually skips a little bit as it goes towards the stumps at a couple of moments, but they got up to trying fairly ordinary given the position at the moment.
Foxy Phil out there in the crowd says is a Gloucestershire supporter in front of him. What a happy man.
Can well imagine. It's not a short trip up here, and it looks like it might be quite a short trip. In comes Salisbury and bowls, and almost him first ball. A little bit of in-mood there from Salisbury. If it had been any more, then the top of off stump would have taken as Price didn't offer a shot. And again, look at the through Hanscom. He's taken that up head high to his left-hand side as the ball's gone through off quite a full length, and it's just about not 63 for 6. In comes Salisbury and bowls. It's driven by Price. That's a confident looking start from him to get off the mark with 64 for 5. It hasn't necessarily, though, been confidence that Gloucestershire have been lacking. It's been execution and, yes, hubris, if anything.
Yes.
It's what they want to do. They want to play aggressive cricket, but at the same time, the dismissals that we've seen, really
left us
nearly all of them could have been avoided.
It is a 50-over game.
Here's Salisbury bowling to Van Buren, who plays a defensive shot which dribbles back up the pitch. And Salisbury, 2 overs, 1 for 4, just the same as Josh Hull, so only How change bowlers managed to back up what Mulder did with the new ball. They've actually, if anything, bettered it with 2 for 8 runs. 64 for 5, Gloucestershire after 14 overs. They do have an exceptional semi-final record, although most of that built off the back of that team of the very late 90s, early 2000s that just made and won finals for fun. So it's a little bit misleading, but at the moment, I don't think if you were a betting man, which we certainly wouldn't encourage, you'd be betting anything on Gloucestershire.
Hull is in, bowls onto the legs of Tom Price, who just works it out towards deep mid-wicket. In comes Louis Kimber from the boundary with that very characteristic sidearm throw. Oh, update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Price takes 1, moves on to 2. Tough job for Van Buren now. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders, the 33-year-old. Here comes the update. They really have. They've picked up 5 Gloucestershire wickets already. Last 2 to go were those of Ollie Price, very much in form for Gloucestershire. Tried to pull a delivery from the young left-arm quick Josh Holt, top-edged to Vialda at mid-on for 22, and then just 6 balls into his innings. Jack Taylor also in form with the bat. Tried to whack a delivery from Matt Salisbury across the line, missed it, and had his shumps splayed to all parts. 65 for 5 then. Graham Van Buren is 18 not out. Awful lot of responsibility on his shoulders now to drag Gloucestershire up to any sort of challenging. Price's brother Price is with him at the moment. Van Buren hits a 4 there to move on to 22. He is 2 not out. 69 for 5 Gloucestershire after 14.3 overs. Van Buren put that one away very nicely. It does look to be one of his favourite shots, certainly. Often it's the way with slightly shorter individuals, isn't it? They get in position more quickly. Don't have to quite reach down quite as far. Hull is in and bowls. Straighter line, much better line in those terms, and all Van Buren can do is push it firmly out towards Hill. At mid off, men out, third man, long leg, mid, well, square leg actually, Kimber, and extra cover. Tom Scriven over there in front of the manual scoreboard on Milligan Road side of the ground. Leicestershire flag just about moving in what breeze there is. Quite pleasant conditions if you weren't slightly concerned about rain. It is a little bit darker again. As Hull is in past umpire Malander. Ball slightly short, pulled by Van Buren. Don't think he quite got all of it. Louis Kimber slides across to his left to field. It rather bounces out of his hands. He's cross with himself, but he did get there. Got something behind it. And by the time he picked it up and got his throw away, Van Buren had turned and completed a comfortable 2. He moves on to 24. And was out cutting from a shorter man often usually applies to pull as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, strong off the back foot. Van Buren, I mean, he's grown up, as you mentioned, he was born in Pretoria, so playing his cricket in that area, hard, bouncy pitches.
Hull is in interview. The young man who picked it up in his left hand, made as though to throw the ball at the stump, didn't bother doing. I think he was then looking to throw it to Colin Ackerman or possibly Peter Hanscom, but managed to drag his throw so far wide of Ackerman that Louis Kimber had to come in, and then slightly embarrassed Josh Hull with a slightly shish grin on his face, concedes an unnecessary single off the last ball of his over. 72 for 5. Van Buren, that was a very odd one. Van Buren on to 25 at a run a ball pretty much. Top couple.
That's one of the most ridiculous cricket I've seen. I don't think I've ever seen a bowler just for. I mean, occasionally you angrily hurl a ball towards the keeper and it was over the keeper's head, but I don't have ever seen the ball thrown to mid.
He doesn't really kind of do angry, Josh. You know, he's not that sort, you know, but yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, no, you will be right. In comes Salisbury and bowls to Viren, who tries to up back. Salisbury scoops up, and there's no run.
And doesn't hurl it to mid-wicket.
No. Well, I was going to say, you know, you never know, because I mean, Gloucestershire's tall left-arm seamer that they've got playing in this game, David Payne, doesn't really do angry either. Might do frustrated occasionally, but I don't think I've ever seen him hurl a ball in anger.
Who did Alan Mullally did angry. Left arm seamers who did angry.
comes Salisbury. He bowls now to Van Buren, who plays a defensive shot out towards extra cover off the front foot, and there's no run. Probably, I don't know, it's quite close actually for worst throw of the tournament though, because at Cardiff earlier this season, Jack Taylor was fielding at short fine leg and decided that he was going to try and throw the ball in left-handed. It basically took on the appearance of one of those spikes that they do in the NFL when they've scored a touchdown, so basically just threw the ball straight into the ground. Salisbury is in, and once more Van Buren's covering up his stumps and pushing back to the bowler. So I don't know, I guess given the fact that that one considered a run, it might just have overtaken it, but both throws a long way wide of the mark. Anyway, I think Hull saw the funny side of it, and Van Buren certainly saw the funny side of it, because he was the one that picked up a run for it and gave a bit of a fist bump to Josh Hull afterwards. Perhaps they just wanted Van Buren on strike for this over. Might prove to be critical. Salisbury bowls, it's a slower ball, I think, or certainly a more of a floaty delivery from Salisbury, which is on the pads and clipped away for a single by Van Buren out towards mid-wicket. 73 for 5. Of course, Tom Price's signature moment this season, or perhaps moments, but moments within the same day, came from what appeared to be a hopeless position. He came out at 45 for 7 on day 1 at New Road in the Championship this season and scored a century, his first class century, his first professional century, and later on that day took a hat-trick. He's going to need to do something similar today, one feels, on drive, this time from Tom Price, and picks out Hill at mid-on.
Tom is the slightly older of the two Price brothers, isn't he?
Yep. It's been very much Ollie's time to shine since then. Tom's had a bit of a back issue which has niggled away at him. I think he's had to missed a couple of games in this competition and the Durham Championship match as well. Salisbury in and bowls, and that's with a shallow angled bat. He's just dabbed out into the covers again for no run, so just the single off that over. 73 for 5 after 60 overs. He has been tremendous with the ball, as Tom Price, when he has played 12 wickets, just 21 and 2/3, and an economy of well under 5 at 4.8.
He's been very consistent, hasn't he? Picked up at least 1 wicket in every innings.
Yeah, he's taken the new ball and he's tended to use it very well.
Josh Holt casting 4 shadows from the floodlights, of course. Bowls a line and length delivery to Graham Van Buren, who stretches forward, blocks it out into the offside, where Rishi Patel is the fielder. Van Buren, of course, is he's got a British wife, hasn't he? So hence he's not an overseas player. Yep. By now he'd probably be qualified on residence and stuff anyway.
Much so. But been over for a long time. His kids were born and raised in Bristol.
85 list A games. Best part of 1,830 runs coming into this fixture. Hull is in, bowls to him. He drives, but controlled drive, made sure he was on top of the bounce and got it through the covers out towards Scriven, out there on the offside boundary. Takes 1, moves on to 27. Brunt is in the cake queue. Wonder what he's chosen. Friends of Grace Road. Big selection of cakes down there in their new home. Getting used to it now. Little unit underneath the meat on the ground floor. Hull is in, bowls to Price. Maybe just a suggestion of shape back in a touch, but Price plays it well. Off stump out, steers it out to Rishi Patel in the covers. No run.
I think his current high list A score was against Leicestershire. Tom Price, 45 made in the
usually
fixture. Well, having said that, though, of course Leicestershire won that game and have Gloucestershire 74 for 5 here. But yeah, I think that 45 was in that game last year at Bristol.
Hull is in onto the legs of Price this time, and he can go back and just work it around the corner. He thinks about a second, and he's going to make it 2 as well, because Kimber running up 2 ball wasn't able to pick it up cleanly. Right, cleaned up behind him, his younger teammate, but as a consequence, Price did not have to scurry the second, which he might otherwise have had to do. Let's have a look, see. 45. Magdalen College School, Oxford, as Hull is in, bowls to him, a Tector out stump, and you could just see him thinking about it, and then wisely, I would suggest, lifting his bat and letting it go through to Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. Peter Hanscom playing his last game for Leicestershire this season. He is back to Australia probably tomorrow. He'll be required by Victoria to commence preparing for the Australian season. And he'll be looking forward to seeing Mrs H and little Jack, as Hull is in, bowls outside off stump, driven down into the ground. Again, slightly checked the shot, Tom Price there, and it was taken on the bounce by Patel in the covers. End of the over, 3 runs from it. Price has 4 off 9. He's digging in and playing sensibly, giving Van Buren the support he needs. Van Buren 27 off 30, and one feels that he's probably going to have to score probably 100 if Gloucestershire are going to set a testing score for Leicestershire. 76 for 5 off 17.
Yeah, I'm going to mention that century at Cheltenham against Northamptonshire. It was Anwar Ali who mostly kept him company there. They put on 104 together, so they'll have to be, as I say, they're still in a position where everything has to go perfectly. It's just that now it's perfectly just for something which would look vaguely competitive on the board, I think. In goes Salisbury, starting a new over, and once more Van Buren's playing in defence, very straight, just misses the stumps to the onside at the non-striker's end, and there is no run. Should say, if you're listening to us on Radio 5 Sports Extra, you will be leaving us at 4 o'clock for day 2 coverage from the US Open tennis. But if you want to continue listening to this game, uninterrupted commentary is available via the BBC Sport website and app, as it is for all games of county cricket throughout the season. In comes Salisbury and bowls, and forward goes Van Buren and plays the ball quietly to extra cover, and there is no run. A couple of shocks already at the US Open. I was watching that yesterday. A young Dane, Holger Rune, is already out. No such issues for Novak Djokovic, of course. Dropped, I think it was 5 games in his 3-setter last night. In comes Salisbury then, bowling to Van Buren on 27, and he won't get a run here either, as he just works it away out towards short mid-wicket. Ackerman does the fielding. At the moment, this has the feelings of the equivalent of about 6-love, 6-3, 6-2 this game at 76 for 5, but Gloucestershire
still in the first set.
Have, yes, well,
feels a bit that way.
Potentially up a break in the second, at least, I might say, but anyway. It comes Salisbury and bowls, it's cut by more of a bottom edger than anything else, down towards the third man it goes, and he collects 77 for 5. The boundary really dried up. We haven't one boundary since the end of the 10 over power play. Just that one cut shot from Van Buren that came halfway through the 15th off Hull. So we've now gone over 3 overs since then, since a boundary. In comes Salisbury and pulled by Tom Price out towards mid-wicket, and that will be the boundary. So it was short. It was the first time that Salisbury's really tried to abandon. It was right length where Tom Price liked it. He's very good at that kind of short arm pull over a straightish mid-wicket. And he moves on to 81 for 5.
With the pace of Hull, Salisbury's unlikely to play with that sort of weight, and he did.
Last ball of the 18th over. Salisbury bowls, and there's an on drive from Tom Price, which does not squeak underneath the on fielder. Yes, they it off a mid-on, don't they? Depending on whether they think they're more likely to on drive or off drive. But Tom Price like an on drive. Right, did get down to it. I must admit, I'd be lying if I didn't say I thought that the ball bound past him, and I was expecting to see the ball the other side of his dive, but he stopped it. 81 for 5, 18 gone.
And in fairness to Salisbury, that penultimate ball of that over was probably the first bad ball he's bowled. 4 overs, 1 for 10 now for Matt Salisbury. Well, Josh Hull, having picked up potentially very important wicket of Ollie Price, is having a break. Vian Mulder is coming back on. Bowled his 5 overs up top. And he bowled his 5 overs up top very effectively. Took 2 for 26. He's going to come back and bowl a little spell now. Again from the pavilion end. Comes in and bowls 2 Van Buren full. And off stump driven. Again, not quite timed by Graham Van Buren. Got it past Patel, diving across to his right at extra cover, but Hill moving across to his left at a deepish mid-off on the edge of the circle. Able to make a comfortable enough stop. Single taken, though, by Van Buren. Moves on to 29. Sort of carries himself pugnaciously, Graham Van Buren, as though he's up for the fight, which I'm very sure he is. Leans on his bat and watches as Tom Price takes guard. Mulder is in, bowls to him. Half a step forward, looking to drive. Bit inside edgy as it came back in towards him. Didn't sound as though it came off the middle, and makes a gesture with his right hand. A little bit of something there. Stopped at mid-on by Matt Salisbury. Brought in from Durham, and as I say, has bowled really nicely in these last 3 games. Mulder is in onto the legs of Price, tries to work it away, doesn't get anything on it, comes off the pad, bounces back down the pitch, and again he indicates with his right hand that there's movement, which I'm not really seeing that much.
It is interesting. I was just thinking that's about the 4th time now that we've seen a batter struck on their pad trying to clip the ball to the leg, and I don't know what that says, but it's something that we have seen a few times. Tector's LBW, Ollie Price was struck on the pads trying to do that.
Mulder is in on off stump, leaning forward, angled back down through gully, but it will be just the single as Josh Hull got to the ball quickly, got his throw away equally quickly on the bounce to Hanscom. It's quite a sidearm throw, does Josh Hull, doesn't it? When he has to. That. Yeah, it doesn't really, normally it's a sort of, but when he's under a little bit of pressure, when he needs to get it away quickly. In goes Mulder and bowls, and his Hull again is going to be called into action as that one comes off the thick outside edge of Graham Van Buren's bat, back on his back foot. The 2 South Africans exchange. Well, a fairly convivial word, it would appear, judging by Mulder's big smile as he goes back past Van Buren.
Not that Neil Mallender would be able to understand it anyway.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, is Van Buren, does he speak Afrikaans?
Yeah.
Or does he? I don't know whether Mulder does. I would assume he does actually.
Probably both. Well, obviously both.
In he goes and bowls to Tom Price. Salute line and length on off stump. Price, solid forward defensive. Plays the ball firmly down into the ground, bounces out into the offside. Is 4-5, so 3 off that Mulder over, 2 for 29 from 6. With sort of half getting towards 5 3/4 after the power play, just understandably, just drilled 4.4 at the moment.
St Stithian went to which
Stithian.
I think that's an English-speaking school.
I wonder what he's the patron saint of. Well, that school, presumably.
In comes Salisbury starting a new over, and Van Buren drives, but won't get a run as it's knocked down by Hill at mid-off.
Not one of the better-known saints, you wouldn't have thought. Stithian, maybe.
No.
I don't.
Well, it's a Methodist school.
Ah, okay.
I'm sure I've come across for another. It'll be one of those other.
We probably produced a few years.
A lot of cricket. By the looks of things, Harry Tector went there. That's why I know it. That's where I knew I'd come across it quite recently. Harry Tector's gone there, as did Curtis Cameron on the padlock to flick into the leg side. Leicestershire is still up for this. Jack Chantry's clearly considering that appeal for quite some time because he didn't move off to the leg side, so Leicestershire kept shouting and the ball goes down.
Maybe just drifting down. We'll see a replay, I'm sure.
I think it was, well, it was signalled a leg by in the end, so it wasn't inside edge that was the problem there. 85 for 5 as Fearon gets at the end.
Yeah, going down, I think.
Probably, yeah. I mean, it might have been one that if you'd reviewed it, maybe it was clipping, but no review system. Of course, Salisbury bowls to Price, who edges, there's no slip. It would have been straight into the hands of first slip if it had been, but it goes down to the before runs. 89-5. Price moves on to 30. Gives Price will be able to try and kid you into thinking that he meant to play it down fine. That was a genuine edge. Would have been a catch around about shin, I think, first slip. So potentially a big let off there. Price is on 13, facing Salisbury, and there's a much more confident looking shot, an on drive, but it finds the hands of White at mid-on. There's no run. I'm trying to think of, so familiar with, I must say. Yeah, it is another shot as well from grown up wants the lead. In Salisbury, there's another drive from Price that will find the mid off. And there is another goes on with Gloucestershire. Still huge crowd at 89 for 5. You might start the slightly best there be physical really. But I've seen Palm Ali, of course, and men can sit and battle Lee after then Tom Smith, who you can certainly do order 50 in. The players have 2 to go. Sorry, Paul Van Mekker in. That's all that's left.
Mulder is in. 2 Van Buren gets a bottom onto the pad. As he clearly thought it was going to, but it wasn't that short either. It was a risky shot. Again, Lisa Van Ver went for a pull. Missed bowls again, straight turned out towards mid-wicket. Hesitation between Price and Van Buren, who Van Buren wanted it. Price, as his brother did, sent Van Buren back, and actually I think they would have made it comfortably enough because mid-wicket, who is Ackerman, didn't actually pick up the ball cleanly. But I guess Tom Price wasn't to know that. Mulder, elastic bandages on both arms, runs in and bowls very straight, and again the thick inside part of the bat as Van Buren is drawn forward, looking to drive, has to defend in thick inside part of the bat, squeezes the ball out to Ackerman at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's one of those things that there's actually, I'm afraid, no point in ever sending me anything technical unless the stream isn't working on the BBC website, because with obviously Gloucestershire, who do their own separate streaming, it can be a bit confusing for fans sometimes at away games.
Mulder is in. That one is just drifting on towards leg stump, so Van Buren able to turn the bat face on it and help it on its way down towards long leg, where Chris Wright is the fielder in front of the Turner Indoor Centre down there at the Bennett end.
So we're not ever, whenever you hear my voice on Gloucestershire cricket, it's always BBC commentary, which happens to be synced to pictures rather than the case that we're doing it for the pictures' sake, as occurs at other places, including Gloucestershire. I know that has confused several people in the past.
Mulder into Tom Price again on off stump, looking to drive. Hill gets across to his lefter, but he has to scramble across to his left at mid-off on the edge of the circle. By the time he does so, you probably heard Price immediately go, yeah, bring Van Buren through for the second single of the over. Just the 2 runs from it, Dave. 21 overs gone now, 91 for 5. The Gloucestershire score. What would be a good score from here? Well, they'll still, I mean, 29 overs. Still have ambitions of getting somewhere over 250, 260.
Yeah, well, I think that's
but it mustn't lose wickets.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
One of the best case scenarios, really, I think, is about 250 from here, and that's going to take some getting, because, as I say, it's basically got to be these 3 plus Anwar Ali that get those runs. So they're still not in a position where, by any means, can they afford to lose another wicket. Tom Scriven into the attack. And so the 5th bowler is going to be used for the first time by Leicestershire.
Well, I'll nip in ahead briefly of Ed, if that's all right, just to give BBC Radio Leicester an update. I thought we might get it between the overs, but we're not going to quite do that, as Scriven is in bowls, defended off stump, and there is no run. Here's the update. It is still going pretty well for Leicestershire. 91 for 5, Gloucestershire, after Leicestershire won the toss and put them in to bat. They were 63 for 5 when Jack Taylor was bowled by Matt Salisbury 4-1, but Graham Van Buren has dug in. He's 31 not out off 43, and he's getting good support from Tom Price, who's 14 not out off 21 balls. Even so, Leicestershire in control, sort of on the scoreboard, and with all those wickets having fallen, Gloucestershire can't take too many more risks as their innings goes through. So the Foxes at the moment are in control of this semi-final. They have Gloucestershire 91 for 5. And he just missed the one delivery that Tom Price tried to cut away, got a bit of a bottom edge, and Buttinger made the stop at a backward point.
So all right arm seam so far from, well, not all right arm seam, apart from Josh Hull, all seam I should say, as forward goes Price and plays the ball back to the bowler, and there's no run. I just think that is such a nice thing to have, given it's not as if they don't have the option with Ackerman and I guess Kimber as well. I mean, Kimber's got 4 wickets against Gloucestershire in his career in that game last year, so they've got the option to bowl spin if it's doing something. But while seam is working, why change, really? Scriven bowls and it's driven by Tom Price. He's not timed it at all, really. It's sort of bottom sort of part of the bat, really. Certainly missed the middle of the bat towards the lower half as presented to the bowler, and it goes to mid-off, no run.
Ball, Tom, and I think that might have been it. Just he'd love to play against Hampshire in the final. It's former county, a long way from that yet.
Scriven bowls, it's full, and there's another on drive from Price. He's played about 3 or 4 of those so far, and none of them have brought him much joy as Wright gets across the field. Wonder if they're thinking about doing another sneaky change between Hill and Wright at the far end, just to annoy me. Last ball of what could be the first maiden over of the innings. Scriven bowls, and it will just about be a maiden. They thought about coming through for a quick single as it beat the fielder at short mid-wicket, but they had to wait for it to get by that fielder, and by the time Wright stopped it at mid-on, there was no chance to come through. So that is the first maiden over of the innings, as well as Leicestershire have bowled, and they have bowled well. That's the first of those overs. 91 for 5. The score remains 22 overs gone. The rate is still a tick over 4, but it is ever dropping.
Matt down in Melbourne, Australia, would like you to know, Ed, that your commentary is much better than the commentary on the Gloucestershire stream, and they are missing out. There you go. In goes Hull and bowls on the back foot. Van Buren defends out to mid-wicket. I know you wouldn't like to read that out, so I read it out for you.
I honestly hadn't seen it.
It's nice to know, though, isn't it? One is appreciated. Occasionally.
Well, all I can say is I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Hull. So just the 2 from Mulder is back in over the wicket to Van Buren, who defends again firmly. Aggressive defence from Van Buren. He's trying to be busy, but he's just chary of taking too many risks. He can't do that. He knows if he goes to the 250 will look an awful long way off. Heavy cloud over the Uptonsteel County ground at the moment, but again a little bit of light behind it. We could be lucky. As Hull, elbows jutting, runs away from us and bowls a beauty that goes past the outside edge of a bat from Van Buren. He sparred at that one without really too much clue, really. A little bit flat-footed. Could only really have ended up in an edge. It might have gone down to the third-man boundary or something like that, but it was just drawn into trying to sort of punch it away somewhere, and it was a little bit too quick. Went past the outside edge, but Hull just never seems to react very much. You know, whether he's taken a wicket or been hit for 6, really. In he goes, and bowls outside off stump, and Van Buren, unsettled by that previous one, I think, went for the big booming drive, but again, there wasn't much foot movement, and he missed it by quite a long way, actually.
Yeah, I think it's also just a mark of how his innings has stalled as well. Just 4 runs from his last 15 deliveries now. Looking at that, it's probably more stark than that. That's just the particular stat that I've got in front of me, but he has slowed down after getting to 20 at around about a run a ball.
Hull is in again to him. Good delivery on off stump, bounces back to Hull off the defensive bat. And Ackerman says to Hull, who took it one-handed, don't throw it, don't throw it. And Hull, a certain amount of byplay there, and well, Hull grins slightly sheepishly. He's still at that sort of slightly schoolboyish stage, Josh, and it's something rather nice about it. It's a good dressing room at the moment. Runs away from us and bowls. Van Buren manages to steer that one away in front of point, out to Scriven on the offside boundary, and 1 is taken. But just that one from the over, so Leicestershire just in control of the scoreboard at the moment, and they've got a little bit of a squeeze on. They're not taking wickets. These two have dug in well and added 28. Looks around, hopefully. I think it's that anyway, yes. For 6 wickets so
Sorry,
far.
I didn't know whether it was the music that you were looking about.
No, it was purely a confirmation of my extremely poor mathematics.
No, it was 28. Yeah. So, Scriven to continue, and Van Buren, I think, just retaking a guard there, whether that was a new guard or just confirmation. He's thinking about changing things up a bit. Scriven bowls, it's jabbed into the offside by Van Buren, and it goes out towards extra cover. I'll take a single, and it's 93 for 5. For a moment there, I don't know, maybe it was just a trick of from our slight off angle, but it looked as if he was certainly at least taking 2 leg there, Van Buren, and just for a moment there seemed to be a lot of stumps exposed before the bat came down on that ball. Tom Price looks to be taking middle, and Hanscom is coming up to the stumps. So he does like to advance at fast medium bowlers, but he's okay to stay in his crease and play that shot because he's picked it up off a length over wide mid-on. It's an area that he really does like to target, does Tom Price, and he cleared the mid-on fielder by some distance and gets a boundary. 97 for 5. Wasn't that short, but he's just picked that up off a length and he's slotted it over the mid-on fielder. Tom Price has 18, and Scriven is into bowl to him. He's looked to repeat the dose, and it's gone on the bounce to the fielder at mid-on. He didn't time that one to his liking, but still gets a single. 98 for 5 as the wind kicks up a little. The cloud has got a bit darker. The good news is that you can still see the definition of the cloud behind this particularly aggressive looking cloud formation, but it has just got noticeably chillier and breezier in the last couple of moments as Van Buren clips a single out to deep forward square off this next delivery. Keeper back for Van Buren.
Ackerman's just had a couple of sort of rolls of his shoulders and bowling action, so it might be that he's going to get an over or 2 or 5 or 6.
The 7-wicket man in the T20. I still remember watching that game, actually. Extraordinary stuff. In comes Scriven and bowls, and Price has clipped this one high in the air. Deep square is under it. Catch taken.
Well, yeah.
Vion Mulder underneath it, and Tom Price probably looking to target that mid-wicket, wide mid-on region again. Decided clearly that this was the over that was going to go. He struck a 4 and took a single, and has tried to get a second boundary in the over, and to be honest, Vion Mulder barely had to move out at deep square leg. Pretty comfortable catch. It wasn't travelling particularly hard, and again, for the second time, just as Gloucestershire had something resembling a recovery building, same thing with Ollie Price earlier on, that's when the wicket has fallen. A partnership of 36, but it's nowhere near enough for what Gloucestershire needed it to be. 99 for 6 they are now, and down really to the last proper recognised pair. As I say, Tom Smith can certainly bat, he can hang about, but in terms of quick scoring and big scoring, you would feel Gloucestershire are now down to the pair that got them out of trouble against Northamptonshire at Cheltenham, but the task is even greater than it was then. 99 for 6 with a ball left in the 24th.
Tom Scriven has a wonderful knack of picking up wickets. Can get a bit of punishment, but that's his 12th wicket in the competition this season. Started with a 5 for 66. That was at the Oval against Surrey. But he's really come on as an all-rounder. Tom this season developed nicely.
Up comes the imposing figure of Anwar Ali, who just has the initials AK on his back. And he'll be facing up to Scriven, and you wonder how he's going to play. Is he going to look to hang in there, or
K is his second name? Or it starts his second name?
Well, I think it's. I
wonder where the K comes from.
I think it's one of those things where, as in goes Scriven and bowls on the pads, and it's flicked away down towards fine leg, and he's off the mark with a single, and with a mixture of over-the-top celebration, serious generosity and genuine sarcasm, the crowd applaud Gloucestershire bringing up their 100 at the end of 24 overs for the loss of 6 wickets. As far as I know, I'm looking at it on here as well, it's not actually the case he's got a middle name or something even like that, but he wears AK-48 on the back of his shirt, and maybe he couldn't have the number 47 because Paul Van Meeken already had it. Anyway, I've made the joke before, but he can be a gun player.
Hull is in to Ali, who is carefully forward and off stump, steering the fullish delivery out to Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill at mid-off. That dark cloud still overhead, but so far it hasn't. I think there's a sort of bit of very faint moisture in the air, but it's not, certainly not enough at the moment to concern the umpires, who are steadfastly ignoring each other. Nobody's looking at each other as Hull is in bowls, fullish outside off stump. Slip is back in now for the new batsman, going to have a drive. There are some very vocal Gloucestershire supporters here, and it was I would suggest Leicestershire wouldn't have applauded with any sort of sense of sarcasm. I don't think they've been in this sort of position on so many occasions that they don't tend to do that here, really. And it was the Gloucestershire supporters, who are a tough bunch, who applauded sarcastically when the 100 came up, as Hull is in again. Ali is just leaning forward, Anwar pushing the delivery out to Hill again at mid-off. Again, there is no run. And it was they who were calling for the wide, of course, as well, from down below us. A sort of pleased, contented murmur around the ground from the Leicestershire supporters, who are obviously very happy with the scoreboard reading 100 for 6 coming up to the halfway point in the innings. Hull turns up the slope he goes, and bowls slightly short cut. Got on top of the bounce just about there, did Anwar, and cut it away down towards, wristily, down towards third man, who's Rishi Patel at the moment. No gully, of course, and it would have bounced a long way short of gully had there been one. Moves on to 2. What does Van Buren do from here? Keep playing the same way for now, because Anwar can clearly handle himself. Not many who can't these days with the bat. Hull is in 2. Van Buren, who looks to pull again. It's on him a little bit more quickly than he thought it was going to be. Came off either the very top part of the bat or maybe even the glove. He's not shaking his hand, so I'd suggest it was the top part of the bat, and indicates with his right hand it having sort of dropped on the edge of the circle just behind square on the leg side, and he'd taken one. That again, there was a bit of extra bounce, carry. Hull, if there's any to be there, finds it, and he has done in this innings. 1 for 18, 1 ball to go in his over. Ackerman comes out of slip. They've decided that Anwar can bat a little bit, and after 5 balls, Ackerman comes out of slip and goes in at mid-wicket on the 1 as Hull goes in and bowls fullish delivery, looking too dry, but doesn't really get any weight into the shot. Anwar just steers it a little tinnily out towards Mulder at extra cover, and there is no run. End of the over. 2 from it, 102 for 6, and we are at the halfway point of the Gloucestershire innings.
Yes, maybe.
In terms of
overs, definitely. Yeah. Well, Anwar Ali actually does have a higher list A average than Graham Van Buren, but it is probably the case that would have... I don't know. I haven't looked at it year by year, but I would imagine that's probably come down a bit in
61 against Northants.
Yep.
In this
So
competition.
it was this partnership which really rescued Gloucestershire in that game. Van Buren pushes a single up towards mid-on, who's quite deep on the circle now, and so, to be honest, Leicestershire won't mind that too much. It gets Anwar Ali on strike early on in the over, 103 for 6. Yeah.
Has played 22 one-day internationals for Pakistan, but the last was back in 2016. 35-year-old, hails from Karachi.
It's safe to say he's lost a little bit of pace since he played for Pakistan, but at the same time he's been terrific for Gloucestershire with the ball the last couple of games, and he's not going to contribute any more with the bat than the 2 that he scored, because that ball was a ball which Anwar Ali's signalling that the ball's cut back at him, and it's beaten him on the inside edge through the gate, pegged back off stump, and Gloucestershire 103 for 7. Tom Smith will be coming out to the crease, and I'm afraid to say Gloucestershire have fallen flat on their faces in this semi-final. They've not managed to recover from losing some early wickets, and it's just been a pretty steady flow. And the latest man walking back, Anwar Ali, bowled by Scriven, who's got his 2nd wicket.
Did come back. Maybe not quite as much as Ali implies, but it did come back, no question about it. And yeah, super delivery. Top of off. Scriven again, picking up wickets. They may not need to go to Ackerman.
No, I don't think so.
In terms of spin.
Might as well bring back Chris Wright for a spell, I think. Maybe.
See if they can finish it off.
Overs. Yeah, just get it over and done with. Of course, just in case there's anybody worrying about rain curtailing proceedings and 20 overs of Leicestershire's innings not being got in later, my understanding is that it resumes from the point that it was tomorrow. So it's not as though it could tip down with rain. This entire game would be wiped out and they would have to start again tomorrow. That's not the case. So there's no reprieve as far as Gloucestershire are concerned.
And it is a good forecast tomorrow, I believe, in Leicester. Should that, but I don't think it is going to be a factor because it looks quite light where the weather's coming from.
I think.
Yeah, it says stopping any chance of rain after 6. So,
to be honest, the chances are now, with 7 wickets down, that even if rain were to come much later on, that the cricket wouldn't get that far. So it is Tom Smith with a slip in place facing up to Tom Scriven, and that's turned uppishly into the leg side, but there's nobody at short mid-wicket, so Smith is able to get off the mark with a single out to the boundary rider, 104 for 7.
they had Ackerman at slip. Had he been at his customary mid-wicket position, it would have been straight to him, pretty much. He is there now.
Well, what do you do if you're Van Buren in this situation? You're damned if you do, damned if you don't, really. In goes Scriven and bowls to him, and he drives, but again, not real timing there. Bobbles up to mid-off, and there's no run. If you go for it and get out, well, you only succeed in, I guess, worsening the situation, but then there's the school of thought that says it's already a dreadful situation anyway. You know there's not a great deal of batting to come, so might as well go for it and see if you can start striking the ball, but that approach certainly hasn't worked for Gloucestershire so far. He's trying to clip into the leg side this time as a strangle shout for leg before wicket. I might have heard 2 noises there anyway, but even if it weren't, looked a little leg side-ish.
Little as in quite a lot.
Well, yes, just practicing the art of litotes there. But from Van Buren's point of view, anything he cares about is that he's still there. He'll be looking for a single off the last ball of this over, you would think. Scriven is into him, he won't get it. Again, he's just covering up in defence as the ball goes up to short mid-wicket. Scriven through 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10, 104 for 7 after 26 overs, and they've backed each other up of the Leicestershire bowlers when 1 or 2 have finished good spells, another 1 or 2 have come on and done exactly the same thing. They've pretty much just bowled a decent line and length, haven't they? There's not been too much kind of wizardry going on. They've made use of what's there, and for the most part they've bowled consistently and known that if they can find the right spot, something will happen.
Holt is into Tom Smith, who again is chipping into the air into the leg side, and again there is nobody sort of on the edge of the circle where the ball drops. It runs out towards Louis Kimber on the square leg boundary. Kimber comes in to meet it. Smith takes 1, moves on to 2. He's only had to bat, or only been called upon to bat twice in the competition in his 6 appearances for Gloucestershire in the Metrobank One Day Cup this season. Tom Smith. Van Buren on strike 2. Hull, who is in, bowls, driven, reaching out for it, out into the offside, and not taken cleanly by Scriven, who is out there on the offside boundary, but grabs it quickly at the second attempt, and Van Buren, who had turned, hopefully, in anticipation of a possible second, has to say no to Tom Smith. Sussex, of course. Tom Smith. It's his birthday today.
Of course it is. I know.
It's his birthday. He's 37 today.
I made a note of it that it would be, but then
Left-arm
actually
spinner.
it didn't make onto my match note page.
In goes Hull and bowls, and this time he's playing down into the ground in the leg side, taking his 1 very calmly out towards square leg it goes. There are no close fielders on the leg side, with the exception of Matt Salisbury, who's at mid-on, and he's sort of at a deepish mid-on. Well, now we've got Ackerman in there at mid-wicket, so they are looking to just to cut off that potential single for Smith, who has 3 off 3. 107 for 7. Van Buren back on strike as Hull, halfway through his 7th over, turns, runs in and bowls short, but a slower ball as well. But Van Buren picked it quite nicely, waited for it, and then just swiveled as he pulled it down to long leg. He has got a sort of slower bouncer, Josh Hull. Needs a little bit of work, clearly still. Perhaps it's almost too slow. Well, it needs to be a bit shorter than that, so the batter is reaching for it Van Buren stayed in control, picked up 1, moved on to 38. Smith waits with bat raised as Hull is in to him, full and straight, but Smith everything behind it as he pushes it out to Salisbury at mid-on. Played almost twice as many List A games as first class games, Tom Smith. 96 wickets in 105 for left-arm spinner. Very good economy rate, and did of course play in the 2015 win.
Indeed. Yep, one of 3 members of this current 11 who played in that game.
Let me guess, the others being Van Buren?
Nope.
Oh. Hammond?
Nope.
I'm not doing very well, am I? I've reduced the odds considerably already. As Hull is in, bowls a bounce, a good one, and Smith just ducks underneath it. Bracey then? No?
Nope.
Well, Payne must have done.
Yes. Yeah, David Payne bowled the last over, defended 8 off that last over.
Van Meeken's been around for a while, hasn't he? But he was at Somerset, must have been at Somerset then. Jack Taylor, 30. Yeah, I forget that he's 30, in his 30s, Jack, now.
Yeah, Jack Taylor was involved with Tom Smith in resurrecting Gloucestershire. Surrey looked to be absolutely cruising towards that target, and then Kumar Sangakkara came dancing down the pitch and lofted one high in the air, and Surrey collapsed. In comes Scriven and bowls. This is played up to mid-on by Van Buren, and he will collect a single, so exactly the same as the last Tom Scriven over, where he played the ball to mid-on and set off for 1. And I don't think I'll mention what happened very next ball. 109 for 7. Van Buren on to 39. Clearly looks as if he's decided, well, okay, I can trust Smith to stay in, so let's just get what runs we can. Scriven bowls to Smith, who struck on the pad. This looks pretty close. It's been given out. So that's all going to change now with just Payne and Van Meekeren to come. I was, to be honest, waiting for the finger to go up there. Jack Chantry still took his time, but he's given Tom Smith his marching orders. 109 for 8 Gloucestershire. I don't think Van Buren's got any choice now but to start trying to swing and hope that he can just get Gloucestershire a few more runs.
Yeah, I would have been surprised had Jack Chantry not raised the finger there. And it didn't take him too long to send Tom Smith on his way. So, as you say, what will Van Buren do? Well, he has to try and get the score up to 180, something like that. David Payne. Dorset boy, Dorset man.
Yep, one club man though. Yep. Gloucestershire. His deal is up at the end of the year.
Is it?
But
is he looking around?
See. Well, we'll
be happy
see.
to have a chat to him.
He's got a very decent first-class record. His average is, I think, something like 17 in first-class cricket. I must admit, because he's not batted yet in List A cricket, and he's not batted in List A cricket for what will be over 4 years. I couldn't tell you what his List A average is. There we go, 19.18. So he's no mug with the bat, is Payne, but the thing is, over recent times in first-class cricket, his average has gone down with the bat. So you would imagine that kind of be the same case in this. He did hit one gigantic 6 in the blast, which was caught by somebody, I think, up towards the top floor of the Bristol apartments, but I don't know if that's going to be the strategy here. In goes Scriven to bowl to Payne, who plays the ball fairly comfortably in the end, out towards cover for no run.
The infamous Bristol apartments.
Yes.
Yes, you missed all that excitement earlier this season.
Not the same apartment block.
Oh,
okay,
right. Oh, right. I remember David Payne coming up onto the balcony at Cheltenham and doing some commentary alongside us, with us.
Yes, he's very good. With that is David Payne as Scriven bowls, and the ball is just about kept out by Payne as it goes out into the covers once more, and there's no run.
We are absolutely behind the batter's eye, so to speak, for this on this pitch where the commentary box is situated. And I could see the ball sort of hurrying to us. I thought, goodness me, I thought that had snuck through.
It did look fairly similar to the ball that got rid of Anwar Ali for a moment. He's got 2 more balls of this over to negotiate. Scriven bowls, Payne slashes and misses outside the off stump. There was a bit of width on offer and Payne threw the hands at it. Ended up trying a one-handed flail out into the offside and missed it. Gosh.
That was
That's going to get your attention, I think, if you're Graham Van Buren at the non-striker's end. He's basically played a long way inside that, and it's not actually, they're a couple of inches off the wide line. In comes Scriven and bowls. It's angled down towards third by Payne, and so he'll keep the strike. Leicestershire will be quite happy with that. 110 for 8 after 28 overs. And this game, I'm afraid, has been far more like that game where Warwickshire skittled Gloucestershire out for 120 miles, and Barnard and Hannon Dolby started the carnage, but they just couldn't arrest the slide, rather than recent times where it has to be said, not only have they been winning games of cricket, but absolutely demolishing opponents. It's rather comfortable. I can give
Gloucestershire supporters not necessarily comfort, but some encouragement. In Leicestershire's last game here in this competition against Yorkshire, they had Yorkshire at 91 for 8, so not an entirely dissimilar position. And then they added 75 for the 9th wicket. In goes Mulder, bowls outside off stump, driven but in the air and very successfully by David Payne, clubbed over extra cover, wide extra cover in the end. I say clubbed because and that's not fair really. I mean, I think he genuinely drove it. There was no great follow through, but he timed it beautifully. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, and Payne picks up 4, moves on to 5, 114 for 8. Something to think about there for the Foxes. Mulder turns, runs in and bowls, defended the straight delivery out into the offside. Here comes the update. Yeah, they've just picked up the 8th wicket of the Gloucestershire innings. Tom Scriven, who has bowled beautifully in this competition, has picked up the last 3 to fall. Tom Price, who was caught at deep square leg by Vian Mulder for 19. Anwar Ali, who was bowled a delivery that came back and hit the top of off stump for 2. And then Tom Smith, leg before wicket for 3, 109 for 8. David Payne has come out to join Graham Van Buren. He's just hit Vian Mulder for a fine 4 over extra cover. Van Buren is 39 not out. Payne is 5 not out, but after 28.5 overs, Gloucestershire are struggling. They're 114 for 8. That one again defended comfortably enough by Payne. It is gloomy again out there, but as I say, the weather forecasts, suggest we might get another shower, but Mulder is in, bowls, Payne defends out into the offside, out towards point, and there is no run. But to be dry from about sort of 6 o'clock onwards. So every chance of getting this game through. But just to finish that point, 75 for the Yorkshire 9th wicket. Dom Bess was one of the batters. I'm trying to remember the other.
Ben Code?
Code, yeah, who makes 45.
He's been in very good form with the bat this season as Ben Code.
In goes Mulder and bowls. Payne defends. Again, he's timed it as well as any of the sort of middle or lower order so far, out into the offside. Patel, the fielder. So they had a problem finishing Yorkshire off on that occasion, and they did what you sort of suggested might happen, in that they brought back Wright, looking to finish the innings off, and he went for a few, actually. So how did they get out in the end? It was obviously a different wicket. Mulder picked up the 9th wicket, and Kimber the 10th, as Mulder bowls and turned by Payne calmly, wristily out towards mid-on. mid-on.
Strike again.
Yeah, back on his heels rather, but he was a long way back anyway, Matt Salisbury. So comfortable single for David Payne. Moves on to 6 off 10, 115 for 8 after 29.
Well, maybe that's the strategy. Just leaning on his bat and talking to Graham Van Buren there. Don't you worry, you'll not face another ball. I think there's a story Dickie Bird tells about Wally Hammond and Sam Cook, the former Gloucestershire spinner, about such a partnership where Cook had to basically block out one ball and then it was, you'll never face another ball, and he didn't. Forward goes Payne to play the ball out towards extra cover, and there's no run. It's been a while since I've listened to that story, but anyway, at the moment, Payne is nicking all the strike. He's had all 11 deliveries since he's come out there, and we are yet to find out exactly how Graham Van Buren is going to play things. It hasn't, as soon as Gloucestershire have looked to play shots, it's just been one of those days where, for the most part, they've lost wickets. Payne drives, sort of puts the bat out there for the ball to hit, really, and it angles away to the right-hand side of backward point, and he'll collect a single and allow Van Buren the opportunity to face him bowling. 116 for 8.
They are a vocal bunch, these Gloucestershire
yes.
faithful that have travelled,
yes,
the travelling faithful.
They do, and it doesn't matter what the match situation is, to be honest. They take their kicks where they can get them. In goes Scriven and bowls to Van Buren. He plays the ball up to mid-on again, and once more is going to collect a single. So he'll move on to 40, 117 for 8. It's been pretty much a lone hand from Gloucestershire's championship skipper. Double figure scores for Bracey and both Price brothers, but other than that, 2 ducks, a 1, a 2 and a 3. Does not make pleasant reading if you're a Gloucestershire supporter. Scriven bowls to Payne, and that will be a single out towards deep forward square. Payne moves on to 8, 118 for 8. Payne obviously having been playing in the 100 for Welsh Fire, who didn't quite manage to make the knockout stages, and because of particularly the injury to Ajit Singh Dale, who has bowled with real genuine pace this season for Gloucestershire, he was able to come in as effectively the injury replacement. Van Buren drives this latest Scriven delivery and misses. It was again a shot where there wasn't a great deal of foot movement. It was mostly just trying to make the adjustment with the hands, and he could easily have nicked off.
As somebody from Dorset, David Payne is probably as close to Wales as any of their squad, wasn't he? Coming from Wales. I don't think there was a Welshman among them, was there?
They tried to make the case for Dan Douthwaite, who went to university there.
Okay.
The women's team have got a couple of Welsh players. Scriven bowls to Van Buren, who drives just out of the reach of the bowler and out of the reach of Wright as well, who slides and can't get it. And it is a boundary for Van Buren, who moves on to 44. 122 for 8 at the end of 30 overs. But yeah, I think they picked this year both Chris Cook and Dan Douthwaite from Glamorgan, and then neither ended up playing anyway. Payne played in nearly all of the games, but with them not having made the knockout stage, he was able to return and played in that playoff game and got the crucial wicket of Keaton Jennings in his first over, which Gloucestershire never really looked back from there. You feel Jennings, in that particular Lancashire side, inexperienced middle order. That wicket was a massive one to get early on, and just like Gloucestershire here, really, they never particularly recovered.
Well, Ackerman went to slip for Mulder bowling to Payne, but has been now sent out to mid-wicket as Mulder is in. Payne defends. He gives himself a little bit of room, the tall, what is he, about 6'5", something like that, at least I would think. Obviously bats right-handed as opposed to bowls left-handed. And of course he's famously an England international now. David Payne. Was it the Netherlands?
It was, yeah, 2021. That was his last List A game
in the COVID year.
Before that playoff game. Sorry, it was last year, 2022.
Mulder is in, bowls to him. He sort of goes back and turns his wrists on the defensive shot, manages to work it back down the pitch to Vian Mulder.
Feels longer ago than that, but it was last year, that series against the Netherlands. He was a part of the COVID squad against Pakistan in 2021, the year that the entire England squad got COVID, but he didn't make his debut in that series.
He waits with bat raised as Mulder is in, bowls to him, goes straight past the outside edge, tried to, well, just hit it straight back over Mulder and the umpire, and it missed everything, including the off stump by very little indeed. And Mulder and Neil Malander, who sort of flinched slightly at how close that was to the off stump, smile at each other.
I'd love to know what Van Buren just said to Payne there. I don't think it would have been much use saying, don't do that again.
Yeah, goodness me, that was close to off stump. Mulder is in, bowls, and much more circumspect, and rightly so. David Payne just defends with an angle bat, steers it through the vacant gully and takes his one. That is what he needs, just keep doing. David Payne, give the strike to Graham Van Buren for a while and see if he can hang around 5 overs, 10 suddenly becomes 10 overs, suddenly you've got another 50 or 60 on the board, and you know, you have something to bowl at, essentially. At the moment, there's not much to bowl at. And get it up to 180, you know,
yeah.
You never know. Mulder is in, Van Buren taking his bottom hand off the bat on the back foot, trying to work it into the onside, doesn't time it, it runs out to Ackerman, who just spins the ball in his right hand. May yet get an over or two if these two hang around for a while, the partnership grows. At any rate, this is Mulder's coming to the end of his 9th over, 2 for 37, so I would imagine he'll bowl out. Might try an over or two from Ackerman just to see. Mulder is in, bowls, Van Buren defends. Again, not much foot movement, dabs it out towards backward point. Budinger is the fielder. End of the over, just a single from it. 123 for 8 after 31. Sort of, you'd hope to double it at this stage, but with 2 wickets in hand, that's a big ask, isn't it? You know, to get it up to 250 from here. Put it this way, if James Bracey was offered 250 right now, I think he might take it.
Yes, but at the moment we're struggling for 250 runs in the match if the last couple of wickets go quickly. Payne again on strike, and we'll see whether he decides to try and line up Chris Wright the way that he has done the last couple of overs.
This is what they did last time. It didn't work against Yorkshire.
So Scriven 3 for 19 from his 5 overs, and here comes Wright bowling to Payne, who very carefully, in almost exaggerated fashion, angles the ball down towards the third man boundary and will get a single. So he's into double figures, he's on to 10, 124 for 8, and Van Buren on 44 with another little chat between the two batters, certainly not lacking for experience out there, and it was one of the things really looking at the Gloucestershire side, to be honest. I never did the maths on this, but to be honest, even without doing so, Gloucestershire were the most experienced side, I think, in these One Day Cup playoffs. This is cut by Van Buren towards backward point and there's no run. When you think that there's only the 2 Price brothers who are, I think, south of 26, and then in terms of List A cricket,
Tector.
Oh, Tector, of course.
23.
Yes. But then I guess, you know, you're thinking about international experience, of conditions, you know. And whilst somebody like Hammond, for example, I think this is his 11th List A game. He's still been a county pro for many a year. This is driven by Van Buren up to mid-off. There's no run. And lots of players who've played in excess of around about 70-odd List A games.
Yeah, it is
Payne,
an experienced
Van
side.
Buren, Smith and Anwar Ali, I think, are over triple digits. So in terms of 50 over cricket especially, one of the most experienced sides out there, and I guess it's one of the reasons why it's been rather a shame they've not managed to extricate themselves from the situation they got themselves in as Van Buren plays this one towards backward point and there's no run, because really all those players have been in similar situations to that. It's not for the lack of experience, and as I say, there are even some members of a side that went on to win the trophy 8 years ago, so it's just been one of those games where it just has not worked. Right bowls to Van Buren, has gone wide outside the off stump. Van Buren tried to cut it, got a noticeable outside edge, and the catch taken by Hanscom behind the stumps, and it is very much last rights now. Any hopes that Gloucestershire might have had of some sort of extraordinary partnership to see them up towards the 200 mark once again are extinguished by Leicestershire. Van Buren will be livid to have got out to his favourite shot. It's not something that happens very often, but just a bit of extra bounce. And the edge found. 124 for 9, and just Paul van Meekeren to come.
Well, everything seems to be going Leicestershire's way at the moment. You could almost, well, you could see the deflection, top edge. Hanscom made no mistake. So, well, Payne has looked as comfortable as anybody out there, to be quite honest. He's looked to have had time. Admittedly, the balls are what now, sort of 15, 16 overs old each, which is a long time in white ball terms, isn't it? But goodness me, this is the Foxes to lose from here, isn't it? There it is, spitting now. Jed Scott from BBC Sport tells me it's raining very hard in Birmingham right now, and it might be drifting our way. Now the forecast suggests it could, but it could also drift to the north. It has filled in a bit actually over there where the weather is coming from, so it may well be that we are going to have a delay possibly during the interval.
So it is right to complete this 32nd over of the innings to Van Meekeren, and he manages to keep the ball out and play it backward of square on the offside. And that is the end of that latest wicket containing over. 2 wickets for Wright and Mulder, 3 for Scriven, and 1 each for Hull and Salisbury. The rain's coming down almost horizontally as we look out now. It's obviously fine enough that it's getting blown about by the breeze, but
it's raining hard now. They're going to have to come off, aren't they?
Nobody wants to come back tomorrow in this situation, I can tell you that. Gloucestershire certainly won't.
The forecast, as I say, is it for it to get dry from about 5. Mulder is in, bowls very straight. Payne is offering a very straight bat in response, pushing it out into the offside, and there's no run. Van Meekeren, possibly this is one of the tallest partnerships you'll see on a cricket field. These two are both very big men.
He does have many skills, Van Meekeren, but
Meekeren, I beg his pardon.
Really
not
much
Meekeren.
of a batter, I'm afraid. Average south of 10 in List A cricket.
Mulder is in to Payne, who's turning it into the vacant square leg area. Ackerman raises his hand just to make sure that Kimber is aware it's heading his way. Takes the single.
And he does tend to be more of somebody that looks to hit the ball rather than being one of those kind of, well, I don't know. Well, you know, one of those 11s that looks to bat time. That's not really not really his thing, as the music goes off again just as Mulder's trying to bowl.
Well, goodness me. And a brilliant catch. That was astonishing. Van Meekeren stepped across, tried to ramp the delivery down to, well, I'm not sure, behind the wicket-keeper. He lofted it towards third man. Hull came running in, got underneath it, and managed to hang on to the catch. And, well, I've seen some extraordinary dismissals, but in the circumstances of a one-day cup semi-final, in those circumstances, not many more extraordinary than that. The covers come out because Gloucestershire are all out. They are all out for 125 of 32.3 overs.
It has been a performance to forget from Gloucestershire. They've played such good cricket to get here, but they've got to a semi-final and it's just not worked. Hammond out without scoring in the 4th over. James Bracey played a couple of nice shots for early boundaries, but they always looked as if they were going to get themselves in trouble pretty much, well, not pretty much every time they attacked, but since a couple of nice drives early on from Bracey, there was just kind of seemingly a difficulty in picking the right balls to attack and the right balls not to. And as I say, they've just never managed to arrest the slide at 62 for 3 with Ollie Price at the crease along with Van Buren, as the Leicestershire fielders get a generous reception from their home supporters as they make their way off the field. It sort of felt as if something was beginning to build there, but when Hull bounced out Ollie Price spooning a ball in the air on the pull shot, I think you really did feel at 62 for 4 there was going to be very little coming back from there. But yeah, it's not been a performance Gloucestershire will be proud of, that is for sure, and they don't have enough to defend here at just 125, and it's a real disappointment that the competition looks as if it is going to end in this way. It's one thing to lose in a tight one, but at this point it doesn't look as if it will be anywhere remotely close.
Well, you never know, never judge entirely until both sides have batted, but yeah, we'll give you the bowling figures. Vian Mulder, who opened the bowling and closed it as well, 9.3 overs, no maidens, 3 for 38. Chris Wright, who picked up that wicket of Van Buren towards the end, 2 for 31 from his 6. Josh Hull, 1 for 22 from 7. Matt Salisbury, 1 for 14 from 5. And Tom Scriven, who made sure that the Gloucestershire tail didn't wag, took 3 for 19 from 5 and bowled the only maiden of the innings. 44 from Van Buren was the top score, 22 Ollie Price, 21 James Bracey, 19 Tom Price. Payne finished unbeaten on 11, everybody else in single figures. So we shall go and hassle the chef for our interval meal. No doubt everything will be a little bit chaotic. The cut-off time for the innings was 5:30. It is 4:22 as the umpires leave the pitch, and more covers come out. It has filled in a bit, and it is raining quite hard at the moment, but as I say, the forecast is good, and I am reasonably confident that we will have enough overs to get this game done today. Well, from Ed and myself, for the next, what time is it? Well, about half an hour or so, we'll say good afternoon from the Uptonsteel County Ground. Well, Gloucestershire have been warming up for a best part of 3/4 of an hour, really. I get the impression that they would rather see this game finished one way or another tonight. They will be endeavouring, of course, to get into Leicestershire's early batting as soon as possible. Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger, the two Leicestershire opening batsmen, heading out into the middle, joining the two umpires, Neil Mallender and Jack Shantry. And the Gloucestershire players, led, of course, by James Bracey. Interestingly, the sort of yellow colours on the back of their pretty much all black kit, but apparently it's got sort of bright yellow pinstripes, but not really visible from this distance down the front. But the yellow on the back on a couple of players, it's definitely more orange than yellow. Anwar Ali's 48 is very much orange. So too Harry Tector's 13. It is going to be, as umpire Mallender takes his sweater, Tom Price, who's going to open the bowling for Gloucestershire, and he's going to have 2 slips. Men out at third man and square leg. Those are the only 2 out of the circle, only 2 allowed out of the circle, of course, in the first 10 overs. Well, the scoreboard still advertising the 80s bash that's going to take place here next Friday. No scoreboard as yet. Price then from the pavilion end here in Leicester bowls, and Patel is forward on off stump, driving. Doesn't put his full weight into the shot, steers it out to Anwar Ali, who is at mid-off. Crowd, of course, has stayed with it. Delighted with Leicestershire's bowling efforts earlier today. 3 wickets for Vian Mulder, 3 for 38. 2 for Chris Wright. 1 each for Josh Hull and Matt Salisbury, and 3 for Tom Scriven. Price is in. Bowls outside of stump, goes for the drive, swings past the outside edge. Rishi Patel looking to get on with it. Could easily have edged that one through to Bracey behind the stumps. Didn't. Like a bit of a away movement for Price TJ, as the scoreboard is now with us, tells us. I very much approve of those names. Thomas James Price. Thomas James being the names we gave to our first ball. There you go. Price turns, runs in and bowls. Patel is advancing down the pitch outside off stump, ends up just blocking it on the front foot out into the covers, and immediately most of the Gloucestershire players have towels hanging out of the back of their trousers. Outfield is now damp, although the rope has been round a couple of times. Miles Hammond in the covers was the one who fielded the ball and then immediately carefully dried it. They don't last long anyway, these balls. In terms of shine, they last even shorter time, you would have thought. Price is in, that one seems back in. It's Patel on the front pad. A little bit high, bounces down towards a gully. Hit him high enough to cause him a little bit of pain there, Rishi Patel. Walks away. 4 dot balls from Tom Price. Good volume from the Gloucestershire players. They haven't given this one up, but they do know they need early wickets. Price in, bowls outside off stump. A little bit of shape back in, but late, and it had passed the stumps when it just started to tail back into wicketkeeper Bracey. Patel let it go through. Patel in this competition this season has had a pretty good one. 295 runs, 1 century, 150, averaging 36, or nearly 37. 4 centuries in the county championship and also one in the T20 as well for Rishi Patel. It's been a real sort of breakthrough season for him. In goes Price and bowls. Patel is forward, thick inside edge, but that one is squeezed down towards wide long leg, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs to a huge cheer from the Leicestershire faithful. And Leicestershire up and running in pursuit of this target of 126. 2 of the first over bowled by Thomas James Price, and they will take that. And alongside me for the first part of the innings, my BBC Radio Leicester colleague, Adam Whitty. Hello, Adam.
Hello, Richard. Lovely atmosphere down here, isn't it? Nice bit of
It's a confident
there.
atmosphere now after the bowling performance.
Well, after that first over, it's not going to be easy. But I guess part of the plan, as I'm sure you will have discussed, is to get ahead of the run rate and get themselves to the point where once DLS comes into play, they are well ahead of it, so they put themselves out of any danger. But of course, what they need to go at 3 and over, pretty much.
Yeah, rate required 2.5.
Yeah.
But as you say, with the wickets having fallen, you can see Duckworth-Lewis. You know, they're up with it now on 2, so they'll be fine, I would think.
So Payne will bowl from the Bennett end. He's running in towards us now, David Payne. He's up to the wicket, he bowls. There's a bit of swing away from Budinger, who leaves it alone. And wicketkeeper has to scamper round to collect that in front of first slip. In front of Van Buren, one of, well, the only Gloucestershire batsman to make a substantial contribution.
Went a long way, that one, didn't it? But it will only be for a couple of overs, especially when the ball gets wet. Outfield is still wet.
In comes Payne, past the umpire, he bowls, they get a bit of outswing and it's driven, and you can hear how the crowd are responding to that. It's racing away towards the cover boundary. It'll be pulled in just a few metres from the rope, and they will come back for 3. A push, but a well-timed push by Budinger, and it raced away. You can sense the confidence and excitement in the crowd.
It's lovely to hear, isn't it?
Yeah.
Real cheer greeted that shot from Budinger. Nice shot as well. Plus, it will have put a lot of water on the ball.
Yes. But a bit of movement, bit of bounce. Not going to be easy out there, certainly for the start. But these are 2 attacking players who have come out of the gates in pretty much every game that Leicestershire have had so far, and given them a solid platform in the majority of them. Left armour then, as Payne runs in towards us, bustling run up, he bowls, and that's down the leg side. Ooh, I wonder whether that just glanced a bit of Rishi Patel, but it didn't. So the umpire signals a wide. Just going to watch the replay. I thought that could have brushed. No, it didn't. It was further away than I thought it was. From here, we are directly behind perfect view of the pitch and the movement from here at the pavilion end. It's Payne bowling at the Bennett end. Grey skies above, but the rain holding off. As he's up to the wicket, he bowls. Straight delivery on leg stump, moving back into Patel, and it's clipped into the leg side. And he'll take a single. So 6 for no loss in pursuit of 126. And they are, as you say, Richard, they're now 5 ahead of Duckworth-Lewis. And when does that come into play? Sorry, remind me.
It's 20 overs,
20 overs.
in this, by which time Leicester might not be far away. But there is also the reserve day tomorrow, so it shouldn't be an issue.
Payne, 4th ball of the over. He's up to the wicket, he bowls. Oh, and it's edged and caught. Bit of movement away from Budinger, and there's the outside edge straight to second slip. Comfortable catch taken there, and Leicestershire lose their first wicket. We mentioned there's a bit of movement, bit of bounce. It wasn't easy out there for the opening pair, and the first wicket fallen. So Leicestershire 119 to win. Got 9 wickets left, but gone for.
Yep, that's a movement. It was always a danger. He wasn't trying to do anything extra this budget, and not much you do about that one. Price the catcher. Made no mistake. It was a nice height for him. The pitch is a hybrid in it. There is a bit of bounce, bit of carry, and that one carried very nicely on the outside edge into the welcoming hands even of Ollie Price.
The positive for Leicestershire, as it has been throughout, is that they have an outstanding middle order. You would expect one of them to come to their rescue, and they need, what, 1 or 2 30s and 40s, and they should be home and hosed by that point. But that will increase the nerves. Gloucestershire are up and very excited at that as Lewis Hill comes to the crease. Nice bit of bowling from Payne.
Outstanding bowler. Back in the Gloucestershire side after returning from Welsh fire. But he's going to have to do something very special here to bowl his side back into this game. Bracey is trying to encourage his fielders, windmilling his arms there at slip. At wicketkeeper along.
And so we've got 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-on. And so we've got 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-on, and mid-wicket. As in comes Payne once again, he bowls. This time this movement is away from right-handed Hill. He lets that go by. He's been swinging most of them in to the right-hander, but into a left-hander, so it's swung away from him. You can already see the impact that makes on Duckworth-Lewis. We are, as Richard says, a long way from it actually being utilised, but it's a good measure. That is now up to 12. 7 for 1 as Payne bowls the final ball of the over, and it's a Tector on a drivable length that moves back in. That was a very, very good over from Payne, and it's ramped up the pressure on Leicestershire. 7 for 1 they are at the end of the second over, with Hill yet to score, having faced 2 deliveries. Patel 3 not out of 7 deliveries. The Foxes require 119 to win of 48 overs. I'll hand you back over to Ed.
Tom Price will obviously continue from the pavilion end. Gloucestershire lifted considerably by that early breakthrough, but early breakthrough's very much the key. Price still with the 2 slips is into Rishi Patel, outside off stump, cut by Patel, but rather off the front foot, and so he didn't quite time it, and it went straight to point, and there was no run. 7 for 1 remains the score, but just 119 to win from here. Come on, TP is the encouragement from, sounded like Van Buren, clapping his hands at first slip. Big brother, literally. Ollie at second is Price is in, outside off stump, driven, caught brilliantly. 2 hands just above his head. I thought it was going to go over his head, but he went for the big drive, got the big edge. It flew at a nice height in the end, as I say, just above his head. 2 hands up into the air, took the catch, and suddenly Leicestershire, needing just 126 to win, are 7 for 2.
I think Ollie Price might have been the only person in the Gloucestershire side who would have caught that, not just because of the fact that he's one of the taller ones, but also just because of the pair of hands that he's got on him. He is, whilst Van Buren is at first slip, Ollie Price is Gloucestershire's best slip fielder, and the way that that was travelling, I did not think that he was going to be able to get there, but actually he's made it look quite easy in the end, just reaching up and plucking it like he was getting his hat from a coat rack. It was that straightforward for him. So they've done what they had to do, Gloucestershire, really. 7 for 2. They couldn't have asked for a much better start than this with the ball. It's just a question of whether they can keep taking these wickets at the extreme rate that they're going to have to.
Well, any comforting thoughts among Leicestershire supporters about them getting this target easily? And I'll have to put those to one side for now. Peter Hanscom comes in ahead of Colin Ackerman to play his last innings of the season for Leicestershire. Well, I suggested beforehand to some of the Leicestershire supporters that Hanscom's been so determined in this competition, he wouldn't let them lose this, but he's going to have to really dig in early on. But this is what he's very good at, normally, Hanscom. And when they've needed beginnings in recent games, his last 3 innings in this competition, 69 off 92, 54 not out off 74, 60 off 97. He's dug in on difficult pitches and sort of got them out of a hole, got them across the line. Well, he's going to have to do so again. I can tell you he's taken middle there, and it's been moved back to middle and leg. He's moved it back to middle and leg, and then umpire Malander raises his finger. So just checking 2 guards, perhaps. The Australia international looks around him. 2 very excited slips. Fancy this behind him. Price is in and bowls. Hanscom, most on Hanscom-like shot, goes for a sort of wideish drive off the front foot in nowhere near the right position, and rather fortunate not to top edge that through to Bracey, and a big ooh. The Gloucestershire supporters getting rather excited down below as they sense something special could be happening.
Former Gloucestershire player, of course, Pete Hanscom.
There's another former of his former counties, is it?
Yeah, he played a little bit for Gloucestershire in the 2015 season, but didn't. Actually, he might have played in the group games in the One Day Cup.
Price is in to him. Oh, comes back in and almost bowls him. Goodness me, that almost bowled him. Came back in, went for me, over the top of the stumps, and not by very much at all.
Well, it's what he can do, Tom Price. He can get the ball to come back into the right-handers. It's a shape which is quite natural for him. It might just more have held its line rather than actually moving away. But at the same time, as long as he's getting that away movement, it actually doesn't really have to move in much.
Seeing the replay, it did miss. It didn't go over the top of the stumps, but it wasn't far away. Price is in again. Hanscom's going to pick up runs there. Slightly short outside off stump, got up on his toes and steered it. Much more Hanscom-like style. Wide of the diving backward point down towards third man, who's Jack Taylor down there. Takes one and just can compose himself at the non-striker's end. 8 for 2.
You know, he didn't actually play in any of the group games in the 2015 One-Day Cup winning campaign. Hanscom played in the T20, I think a few of the championship games, but it wasn't a hugely long spell because he went off and played for Australia A that season. But he's still a former Gloucestershire player.
Price to finish his over is in. Hill leaves outside off stump again. There's a little bit of tail back in as it goes past the stumps and taken by Bracey, falling away to his left behind the stumps. Successful over then for Tom Price. 1 for 3 from 2 overs, and well, Gloucestershire's 2 opening bowlers doing exactly what's has been asked of them. Early strikes, and it will be a slightly nervous, perhaps more than slightly nervous, Leicestershire dressing room. 8 for 2 after 3.
Well, Gloucestershire will desperately want, obviously, anybody out, but particularly Lewis Hill in a way because of the damage that Hill has inflicted on Gloucestershire in the past few seasons. He got an 80 in the one-day game last year. He's got 2 centuries in each of the last 2 meetings down at Bristol. I'm sure on the face of it he'd say they need all the wickets. They're not going to restrict Leicestershire here, so in a way it doesn't matter. But Hill is a man who seems to be quite confident when he's playing Gloucestershire. In comes Payne and bowls full, and it's driven by Hanscom quite sweetly, but he won't get a run for it as it's fielded up at wide mid off by Tom Price, and there is no run. It's what they've desperately missed, Gloucestershire, in the Championship this season, is having David Payne to bowl with Tom Price with the new ball, because when these two were opening the bowling and they had Zafar Gohar perhaps in slightly better form than he has been this season, Gloucestershire were winning games towards the back end of last year in the Championship as Hanscom prods away towards backward point. It's an athletic piece of fielding from Tector, able to stop the ball to his left-hand side and get a throw away, but it doesn't dissuade them from coming through for a single. So 9 for 2. Presumably need 117.
Would be available in September?
Well, I think it all depends on the ankle. He hasn't ruled it out, hasn't ruled out the possibility of playing Championship cricket, but at the same time it's potentially going to be a bit of a stretch as he's been dealing with the after effects of ankle surgery. Basically had to have a second op on it. Payne bowls full and wide, and Hill tries to drive and miscues it out into the covers, and they can't get a run there as Hammond swoops in on the ball, and there is no run. Score remains 9 for 2. So I think it's just a question of how much they feel they can push him. It was a great sign actually that he was even playing in these games. I wasn't entirely sure that even if Welsh Fire theoretically had released him, that he would be able to play here. Payne bowls, it's chopped away by Hill, past backward points, running out towards the boundary. Jack Taylor's trying to get there from third man, but won't be able to do so, and it is 4 runs to Lewis Hill. He moves on to 4. Nice way to get off the mark. 13 for 2. But yeah, so much is just on the ankle really. So we'll see. Obviously, from a Gloucestershire perspective, having not won a game in the Championship yet this season, they'd be desperate to get him back because he is such an important member of their bowling attack. Payne bowls, that's edged, and another catch for Ollie Price at second slip. This time low down to his right-hand side. Lewis Hill has gone for 4, a thick outside edge, and Ollie Price has 3 catches. Gloucestershire have 3 wickets. It is 13 for 3.
Yep, two-handed about knee height to his right, reasonably comfortable for a slipper of Price's standard. And Leicestershire really are not just wobbling, they are rocking. 13 for 3, goodness me. And well, now comes the international middle order, so to speak. Hanscom, Ackerman and Mulder, they might have been hoping not to have to bat in this game. They jolly well are going to have to bat, almost certainly in the case of Mulder as well. And, well, could we be about to see something truly extraordinary here? 13 for 3.
I think Gloucestershire will... I mean, obviously they're just bowling and they're just looking for whatever wickets come their way. I think what might be telling is what happens after, say, about the 10 over mark. Price and Payne getting through 5 overs each. They might bowl Price for 6 or 7 if he's going, but I'm not sure that at this stage of Payne's recovery that he'll be bowling many more than 5 overs on the trot. And then it's a question of can Van Meeker and Anwar Ali back up what the opening bowlers do. I think they'll still feel they really do need another couple of wickets whilst these balls are still new. Last ball of the 4th over. In comes Payne to bowl to Ackerman, who plays and misses outside the off stump. Lovely piece of bowling again from Payne. And it is kind of just bearing out what we saw in the first innings, really. If you land it on the right spot, land it on a good length, don't get too greedy and bowl it really full, then there's enough out there that life is pretty tricky for the batters. And actually, to be fair to Ackerman, he's not followed that. He's not really pushed, I don't think, firmly away from his body. At the same time, I think the delivery might have been that good that, in a way, it was almost too good for him to nick. 13 for 3 and 4 overs gone.
The Gloucestershire supporters really are getting involved now. I think they were hopeful, no more than that before. Now they're beginning to believe. In goes Price and bowls to Hanscom, who defends solidly on off stump. Just drops it out into the offside. Just tries to restore a little bit of calm to proceedings. So 13 wickets already. And how many runs have we had? 138 for 13. And the pitch, I maintain, is not a horror pitch or anything like it. It's not a 138 for 13 pitch, I don't believe. But anyway, Price is in and bowl. Oh, goodness me, that was an interesting leave by Hanscom. It came back in and, well, I'm pretty sure that one did go fairly close to go over the top of the stumps, perhaps by a good couple of inches, but... goodness me. That
was an Australian leave, I think. I'm going to trust the bounce. And yes, trust the bounce. Doesn't matter where it goes in terms of line.
Yeah. And he was right to. We haven't seen any that have sort of kept low, have we, really? So it did come back, but it did bounce and it went back over the top of the stumps, but by a good few inches. Price is in and bowls. That one did stay a bit low as it went through outside off stump. Well, I better not say anything else now about this pitch too much.
Yeah.
But that one, for the first time, didn't get up that much. It did seem to,
and Bracey certainly took it down low. It's moved on him as well, actually. It's almost sort of dipped and died on Bracey, which maybe made it look slightly worse than it was from our perspective.
Price in past umpire Malander. Bowled slightly short up on his toes. His Hanscom playing it down into the ground. Looks down round quickly because it had gone slightly backwards, but it was down pretty much vertically into the ground, and Hanscom just made sure shepherded it away from his stumps. Not that it was, I don't think, going to bounce on to them.
I mentioned Tom Price's numbers with a new ball this season. That was his 13th wicket of the competition, averaging just over 20, economy of 4.6. He's tended to bowl at least 5 up front, so this is the time when he's going to be at his most potent.
And he goes and bowls outside off stump. Hanscom works it on the back foot out into the offside, out towards point. No run, 5 dot balls in the over so far for Tom Price.
I think what we still haven't really seen though is somebody go out and just really bed in, say, right, I'm gonna block this out. I don't care how long it takes. I've only got 113 more runs required. I don't care if I'm 3 off 40 balls. Still get it done.
Price in, Hanscom again defending on the off stump, out into the offside it goes. Maiden over from Tom Price, the 5th over of the innings, a maiden. Well, Sam Evans came into the side against Middlesex here a couple of games ago and made 19 not out off 60 balls, and that was pretty much what was needed in the circumstances. They've left him out for Ackerman, understandably, really. But yeah, there might be one or two thoughts that Evans's stickability, if you like, obduracy, might not be able to score too quickly, but that isn't what's needed in these circumstances. 13 for 3 or 5.
So Ackerman to face his second ball. It's Payne, left arm over to Ackerman, and that's another ball which is seemingly, I thought that was going to be an in-swinger from David Payne, and all of a sudden it appeared the right-hand side of Ackerman as we looked at it. So I don't know what that ball has done, but it did me as well as Ackerman, that's for sure. The ball goes through to James Bracey. Yeah, it was it not? Looked like it was shaping in, and then it absolutely
moved
took
away.
off. Yeah, it's like an 80-mile-an-hour leg break from Payne there.
Play that one, Colin Ackerman.
Absolutely cannot play that. Payne is in to Ackerman, who drives right into the body of Payne. The ball then ricochets off towards where a backward short leg might be, and Ackerman's wondering if there's a single there, but Hanscom is not interested. So the score remains at 13 for 3.
I think Ackerman will be as determined as Pete Hanscom to try and get Leicestershire into the final at the very least, in what is his final season at the club, his 7th and final season.
Payne approaches, he's there and bowls, and forward goes Ackerman, playing this one in defence out to Hammond, who fields at cover, and there's no run. And of course we know that it is Hampshire who await the winner of this game in the final at Trent Bridge on September the 16th. Hampshire having bowled Warwickshire out for 93 earlier on. Liam Dawson 7 for 15, took his last 5 wickets for no runs. Keith Barker the other 3 wickets, and Hampshire chasing it down with 9 wickets to spare. Payne is into Ackerman, who turns it into the onside, and it trickles out to Tom Smith. Again, there is no run, but with each passing ball that Leicestershire negotiate, the likelihood that the ball's going to move around corners decreases. So dot balls are good balls mostly for Leicestershire at the moment, albeit Gloucestershire will say, well, we're building pressure. In comes Payne. He moves in now and he bowls very full, and it's driven by Ackerman, but he can't beat the field on the offside. Hammond with the stop. That was just the first ball there for a while, which has been a bit more there for some sort of an attacking shot, but Ackerman can't then go searching, having missed out on a fuller ball. He can't then go searching, as we've seen throughout proceedings from the start of this innings as well as from Gloucestershire's innings. If you start trying to drive balls that are just ever so slightly further back of a length from that one, then that's when you start nicking off. Payne to complete the over. He bowls now, and Ackerman plays off the back foot quite comfortably in the end, up to mid-off. It is another maiden, so it's back-to-back maidens for Gloucestershire, but Leicestershire have not lost a wicket in those maiden overs. 13 for 3, Hanscom 2, Ackerman yet to score, and 113 more needed. Effectively, we might as well say 113 runs needed for Leicestershire, 7 wickets for Gloucestershire. The overs are irrelevant.
It does feel that way a bit. And fingers crossed, but the weather looks reasonably set fair at the moment, i.e. it isn't raining. It doesn't look likely to rain for some little while. Price is into Hanscom, who's playing firmly in defence out into the offside, bounces out towards Hammond, who, having fielded it, just Gives it a little bit of a dry. It only bounced a couple of times on his beer towel or whatever he's got hanging out the front of his trousers. Throws it to Anwar Ali, who gives it a polish on his blacks, if that's what they're called, as opposed to whites. His cricket trousers. The trousers are all black. The shirt's black, but with a faint yellow pinstripe. Price is in. Hanscom gets the ball coming back in to him from slightly short of a length. He's up on his toes, defending again, then rehearses a firmer push out towards the vacant mid-wicket area that he didn't play. Have we had a 4 in this innings yet?
We had Lewis Hill hit one, didn't he, out to backward point. Yeah, that's the only one.
That's just the
in
one
fact, 'cause he's top scores with 4 so far.
6.2 overs. Puddinge had a 3. Patel went for 3 as well. Those are the 3 men back in the Leicestershire dressing room already. Price throws the ball from hand to hand, 53 on his back, then turns, runs in and bowls on off stump. Hanscom just leans forward, almost in the crease, no great stride, lets the ball come to him. Everything nicely close together though, as he plays it back down the pitch. Price fields in his follow through. Scoreboard frozen, but not literally, it is just not changing, other than the number of balls being bowled at the moment.
So it is chilly, but I don't think it's that chilly.
Yeah, it's just Duckworth Lewis showing 39 at the moment. Leicestershire 13 for 3. Price is in and bowls outside off stump, good length, slightly wide, so Hanscom just lets it go through, and already it isn't moving quite as much. It really doesn't take long with these white balls, especially if they get damp, for them to become much less potent. And that's Price just picked up there and handed to the umpire. A stud perhaps, or a spike. Normally they carry a little tool to screw them back in, don't they, the umpires, but perhaps just a little bit of grass or something. Uptonsteel ground, county ground, quiet, with the exception of the Gloucestershire fans, who are rather enjoying this at the moment. Price is in and bowls. Up on his toes is Hanscom, and they are going to get the scoreboard moving as he forces it just slightly wide of Anwar at mid-off, and there is a cheer as Anwar has to sort of move a few feet to his left, and Hanscom calls Ackerman through for 1.
Just waiting to explode this crowd into life. 1 boundary.
It would be greeted with, I think, a cheer of relief.
Yes.
As much as joy, really. Ackerman checks his guard from umpire Malander. He's ready to face now. As in goes Price and bowls to Ackerman. Oh my goodness me, comes back in and he lets it go through. It goes over the top of the stumps, but by a good couple of inches, taken by Bracey. End of another very testing over from Tom Price. Leicestershire survive it. Not much more than that. They did pick up a single, but Hanscom and Ackerman still there. 14 for 3 after 7.
That's another ball that's just absolutely taken off a length. It's still rising into the gloves of Bracey as he's taken it. Certainly at least chest high, heading towards shoulder high, and it's come off pretty full length as well. And it just shows you, I think what it is it's not the sort of one-day pitch where you can just hit through the line with abandon. And I think when the modern day batter can't do that, start to have a few issues. Hanscom is waiting for Payne, who is in now and bowls to him, and Hanscom comes forward and prods that one into the ground. It goes out to Hammond at covert, and there's no run. So again, I think it's just another example, and I'll still keep going on about this, of why I think everybody has to play 50 over cricket, and why the modern day white ball cricketer needs the foundation of 50 over cricket, because you're not going to get this in a T20, not by any stretch. Here's Payne bowling very full. It's dug out by Hanscom, just about beats Payne, but it will be picked up by Anwar Ali at mid-on to prevent runs.
Now in his first or second over, that would have probably swung back in and been a real tester to keep out. It didn't really swing, simply because this is the 4th over with the ball.
Yeah.
And it's got wet.
Yes, I think that is a big thing, isn't it, with the seams on these white balls. Here comes Payne, and he bowls, and Hanscom just runs the ball down towards third man, and it's another single. Every run being greeted with some sort of applause here, such is the significance of it, even in a chase of 126. 15 for 3, so Nelson required by Leicestershire. But I still think there's just a danger if you continue to pick players on 20 over form. If they don't have games like this under their belts, then we might be in trouble. Forward goes Ackerman and plays defensively up to mid-off. There's no run. And 50 over cricket, it's not going anywhere. TV companies like it, particularly out in the subcontinent, because they get viewing numbers and the advertisers love it. So until that changes, I don't see it really dying a death. Here's Payne. He bowls now, and forward comes Ackerman and plays the ball very straight, pretty much as straight as he could do. Payne fields off his own bowling. So still yet to get off the mark, Ackerman. 10 balls out there, but he doesn't look like a man, unlike, it has to be said, others in this game so far that looks bothered by the fact that he's being dotted up, to use modern parlance. Here's Payne to Ackerman. He drives off the back foot through extra cover, and it's running out towards what is a long boundary. I think it will get there despite the speed of Hammond. He gives it his best, but he will not get there, and that's the ball that Ackerman was looking for. It was wide, it didn't move, and it just for once sat up and was able to be punched into the gap through the covers. And that is just the second boundary of this innings so far. 19 for 3 are Leicestershire after 8 overs. They need 107 more, and just the odd boundary like that, as small as it seems, can be so significant in terms of settling nerves.
You could almost feel the release of pressure around the ground as that one went through to the boundary. Price to continue, of course, from the pavilion end into Hanscom. Full, it's on, driven by Hanscom. Price dives across, gets a hand to the ball. May or may not have needed to. He did slow it down, though, and moving across to his left. From wide-ish mid-on, making the stop means there is no run. Van Meekeren, it is that. Makeren, you tell me to pronounce Makeren.
Yeah, I think that's more.
My son lives in Utrecht now, so I should be getting better with my Dutch pronunciations. But Makeren, right? Price is in a little bit shorter this time. Hanscom is defending on the back foot, all care and attention, and he sort of watches that one as it drops out into the offside and holds the pose for a minute or two.
And I think, as I mentioned earlier, how Van Meekeren comes on and bowls, because he's not always the most accurate. What he is he's generally a wicket-taking threat, and he's somebody that you can bowl at any time and say, come on, create me something, make something happen. But actually what's needed here is 6 balls on the same spot.
Price bowls, lovely delivery on off stump, but no great movement, and Hanscom again minimal movement in reply, except other than to lean just forward, head right over the ball though. Everything very close together. It's a fairly individual technique, but it really does work for Peter Hanscom. That is, of course, why he's in Australia international. 19 for 3. They desperately need him to hang around and hang around and hang around, Hanscom. Price, very straight run is in. Bowls outside off stump. Hanscom leaves outside off stump. But again, that one went straight through. No real movement for Tom Price.
Yeah, he was a little bit cross with that one, was Price, and if he felt it was just a fraction too wide or what it was, but it probably was just that, the fact that he wants to be forcing Hanscom to play.
Yeah, exactly.
You sort of go into 4-day mode, actually. You want them to be playing at every ball.
Just gently punched his left palm with his right fist. He's ready to go, but he's just lost his run up there, so he's just going to turn around and go back to his mark, which is just outside the circle. Little stutter, and he's away. Bowls. Oh, a lovely delivery, came back in, but I think that was doing a little bit too much down the leg side. Price is completely convinced, so too the Gloucestershire players. Point is completely convinced, or sorry, second slip. Ollie Price completely convinced, but, well, umpire Malander is the only one whose opinion counts, and he wasn't. Must have been fairly close.
Wow.
It must have been fairly close.
I would love to know. I mean, it would be great to have stump cam or something and be able to hear exactly what Neil Malander said, whether he hit it or whether he thought it was a bit high. I don't know that it was going down, was it?
Well, Price is in, Hanscom is forward on off stump, playing it firmly out to Anwar at mid-off. Price still can't believe that wasn't given out, and it must have been desperately, desperately close. I think we're having another look at the replay here.
Well, you'd be wanting it if you were a bowler, that's for sure.
I understand Gloucestershire's disappointment. Can we put it that way?
Well, I mean, the fact is that they, you know, when you've got yourself into a corner, you've backed yourself into a corner with far too few runs. You need absolutely everything to go your way. To be honest, you probably need a couple of rough decisions the other way. But I can only imagine that he's felt that Hanscom has been struck a bit high up on the pad there, but he's not somebody who's exactly famed for his big stride into the ball. In comes Payne and bowls to Ackerman, who takes a hand off the bat there but manages to keep the ball down, and Tom Smith comes in from mid-wicket to field with what might be one of those bar towels. They're very good, those bar towels, for drying cricket balls. Yes.
Which is, I suppose, their function.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Goodness knows that some of the locals around my way, they'd be mopping up more than just a little bit of water off the ball. In comes David Payne, and he bowls full. It's driven away and knocked down by Van Meekeren at mid-off. Saves at least one, maybe even 2 or 3 runs there. 20 for 3, and lo, this orange orb to our right-hand side. What on earth is that? It's almost as if the sun's come out, but it still doesn't quite look real somehow. Set against the dark backdrop of the rest of the sky, it sort of looks as if it's almost sneering at us, really. In comes Payne and bowls. This is played away through the covers by Hanscom. Just a little push, not really a full-blooded drive, but it will bring him a couple of runs. Look how far Miles Hammond slides across the outfield there. Cricketers seem to love doing this. It's just the couple of runs there. And the score up to 22 for 3. 104 needed by Leicestershire. Almost got it down into double digits now. And as much as players talk about, you know, player safety and nobody really likes it when it's wet out there, I think they actually do quite like sliding around like that, aquaplaning along the surface. Payne is in and bowls, and that has beaten Hanscom, showing that there is still enough out there for the seamers that something could just be created, and Hanscom wasn't looking to do anything there other than just defend. But it's a ball which has been angled across him by the left arm, well, I suppose he's left-handed, but left arm bowler of Payne. It's just done a little bit off the surface, maybe beaten him. In comes Payne to bowl, and this is chopped down to third man by Hanscom. He'll pick up another single for that. Score moves on to 23 for 3, and with every run scored, just a kind of, it really is relief. It's just you can feel people just gradually sitting a little bit further back in their chairs, having been on the edges of them for a while, and not just because the water tends to accumulate at the back of these particular types of plastic seats. Here goes Payne, bowls tight to the stumps, and Ackerman plays calmly away out to Tector at backward point. So a good over there for Leicestershire, 4 runs off it. And that is the end of the 10 overs of power play I don't think there's any point in doing any kind of a comparison, but Gloucestershire were 23 for 3 themselves when Harry Tector was out in the 5th over. We're at the end of the 10th over here, but we're approaching that, for me, potentially telling spell, because I'm not sure that Payne is going to go much longer, if at all, than the 5 overs that he's bowled. Tom Price will continue, which has to be the right move, but the question is either Van Meekeren or Anwar Ali or somebody going to have the kind of day out that is necessary?
Price bowls, forward goes Hanscom, steering it out into the covers, calling for the run and getting it, because it wasn't picked up cleanly by Hammond out there. Moved across to his left to try and get it onto his right hand, but then just fumbled it slightly, making the run a comfortable one in the end for Hanscom, who moves on to 8, 24 for 3. Well, after 10 overs, as Ed said, Gloucestershire had also lost 3 wickets, but they had scored more than twice the number of runs, 56 for 3 after 10, but having left 17 overs in the pavilion, so to speak. In goes Price, bowls fullish, and it was there to be driven, but Ackerman sort of checked the shot, just made sure he got plenty of bat on it, steered it slightly wide of Anwar, had to move across to his left at mid-off, and Ackerman 2 settles for 1. I think that's the last we've seen of the sun, that 15-second burst.
There you go, that's enough for the day.
But it looks tolerably light still. So, well, we may yet get another shower. Price turns. Still got the 2 slips in. Bowls. Driven hard, and it's driven for 4. Huge cheer, you heard, as Anwar dived across to his right this time. I thought he was actually going to get there. He's a tall man, but he couldn't get there. And it runs down the slope to the long off boundary for 4. Well, Bracey keeping the 2 slips in, has to, really. And we are out of the power play now, the first power play. But hasn't got men out, just got the 3rd man and long leg. Still just the 2 then. He could have more out, but what's the point, really?
Yeah, exactly. When whilst it doesn't look as if Hanscom and Ackerman are really trying to take things on, I don't think, in a way, you can't be worried about saving runs at all at this point. Of course, you want to build pressure through dot balls, but these 2 don't seem to be feeling that sort of pressure.
Price is in. Good straight delivery. Hanscom covers up. Does get a little bit more forward on that occasion. A more defined forward defensive from the Australian. Back down the wicket to Price.
It has been another tremendous opening spell from Price. Whatever goes on to happen in the rest of this game, it's great to see him recover some of the form that he had early on this season with the ball when he was taking that hat-trick at New Road. Of course, it was a superb season for him last year. Just a little bit of a roadblock for the first time in his young career, really, through the mid part of this season.
He's in and bowls again, looking to drive, and again he's got it through this time. Hanscom. Anwar should chase this one down because Price may have actually slowed it down. He picks it up, Anwar around about 2 yards inside the ropes at a very straight long off. Hanscom takes 2. Well, 5.5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12 for Tom Price at the moment, which is a pretty sensational effort. Probably deserves another wicket, and he must have thought he had one with that leg before shout against Peter Hanscom. Turned down. Price is in and bowls on off stump. Hanscom forward again, and while this time gets there, tumbles across to his right. It wasn't a big follow through from Hanscom. It was a very firm push rather than a drive, and were able to make the stop. End of the over. The 11th of the Leicestershire innings, and their most productive from a batting point of view at any rate. 8 runs from it, 31 for 3, the Foxes.
Yeah, just the feeling in the last few overs in general, whilst there's still been something out there for the bowlers to use, and I think there will be something basically throughout, just because of the fact that the ball does seem to be taking off a little bit off a length. There's always going to be something there, but in terms of lateral movement, maybe Leicestershire have seen off that period now which they had to see off, And whilst obviously, if they're only even a wicket down at this stage, they probably, because of the fact that Gloucestershire's heads will drop when things start to get away, if they're only 1 wicket down, there's every chance they're about 70 odd for 1, because I think the belief would have been sapped out of Gloucestershire. But as it is, there is still that belief they can take another couple of quick wickets. Life will be tricky. Only the 1 slip in place as Anwar Ali moves in now to bowl, and he starts off with a delivery on leg stump, which is clipped away through backward square. Van Meekeren has to go in to a sprawl on the long leg boundary, and so they're through for a pretty comfortable couple of runs. 33 for 3. Ackerman moves up to 8. It wasn't quite the start to the campaign that Anwar Ali would have been after, and he picked up 1 wicket through the first 6 games that he played in the campaign. Had that signature performance with the bat against Northamptonshire, but in the last game of the group stages, when Gloucestershire had to win to secure that home playoff game, and in the semi-final, he's been superb. He bowls now to Ackerman, who comes forward and defends pretty firmly out towards cover points. Hammond fields, and there's no addition to the score.
Has got the extra man out though now, Bracey. 3rd man, long leg, and mid-wicket really, just in front of square. So just the 1 slip now.
I think it's probably understandable, because with the fact that the ball's not moving so much, I think Anwar's going to have to target the stumps more. So that second fielder out on the leg side just gives him a bit more protection if he wants, which I suspect he will do, to try and target the stumps. He bowls now, that's outside the off stump though, but Ackerman leaves it alone fairly comfortably through to James Bracey. But yeah, 5 wickets in the last 2 games, 3 for in the playoff game against Lancashire, pardon me, 2 for in that game, it was 3 for against Durham. So he's been very impressive, and actually it's been, has to be said though, potentially a different type of bowling that's going to be needed from what he's going to have to bowl here on Bristol pitches. He was bowling a lot of cutters, slower balls, etc. here, as he bowls now to Ackerman, who turns it up to mid-on, straight to the fielder, and there's no run. I think he's probably going to need just to resort to good old line and length, because I'm not sure that you're going to get a huge amount of joy bowling slower deliveries. I think it's probably is going to need Van Meekeren to be at his absolute best, getting real life out of this surface. He will be the quickest bowler on show today, as he's been clocked at 88 miles an hour in the championship this season. As Anwar Ali bowls and Ackerman plays forward. Never looked like getting past that defence though, did Anwar Ali, as it's gone out to Van Buren, who's fielding an extra cover, having been taken out of that slip position. And Ollie Price is fielding at actually a tighter slip than he has done at some points in this campaign. There was one ball, I think it was at Cardiff, which went right between Bracey and Ollie Price. I don't think, well, I'm sure that I wouldn't have felt that it should have done it that time either, but his ball should not be getting between Bracey and Ollie Price. I suppose what I'm saying is he would have difficulty in catching the type of thick edge that Lewis Hill provided, as narrow as he's standing. Anwar Ali is in and bowls, and that's a beautiful delivery. It's got him, LBW. Ackerman tries to clip the ball into the leg side, and that one maybe did actually look as if it stayed down on him, and it seemed to cut back into Ackerman in the same way as Anwar Ali himself was out with a ball that came back in, and he's been trapped. LBW. Jack Chantry raises his finger. Ackerman swats at the air in annoyance, and Leicestershire are 33 for 4 now. They need 93 more.
Perhaps did stay a touch low, but well bowled by Anwar. Ackerman playing across the line, and maybe that's one of the reasons why he swiped at the air, but it did come back in, so well bowled. Gloucestershire hopes revive. They're not suggesting that for a moment that they died, but they just managed to calm things down a little bit, those two. And Ackerman's dismissal opens up, in theory, another end. Vian Mulder comes out into the middle, having a long conversation with Van Meekeren for some reason. Don't know why. Would those two be familiar? Perhaps they would have played together?
I'm not sure, actually. I would have thought, I mean, Ackerman and Van Meekeren would certainly have played plenty together, but I don't know about Mulder, no.
And perhaps Paul Van Meekeren just letting Mulder know that this game is far from done. I don't think that the South African would have needed telling. So can Van Meekeren come to the Gloucestershire party? 33 for 4, 93 needed. Overs not really a factor. Sun comes back. The Sun is interested. It can't bear not watching this, because this could be a very, very interesting game. It already is a very, very interesting game indeed. So Van Meekeren is going to be bowling from the pavilion end up the slight slope here. 30-year-old from Amsterdam. Started at Somerset. Now very much a Gloucestershire man. 101 wickets in 79 List A games. 17 wickets in this competition as he goes in and bowls to Hanscom, who's looking to work the shortish, wide-ish delivery down towards third man, but a good sprawling stop away to his right at backward point means that he can't pick up a run.
He's got quite a reach on him, does Tector at backward point. He has been fielding up at mid-off and mid-on a little bit.
It's a tall side, isn't it, with the honourable exception of Van Buren. But they are a tall side, Gloucestershire, just thinking.
They are, and they're missing Dom Goodman, who's even taller than all the others out on the park at the moment.
And Meekeren is in, bowl straight, slightly squares up Hanscom, who's defending on the back foot, might just have shaped back away from middle towards off. Hanscom kept it out. Huge responsibility on his shoulders now. Mulder has been good in this competition, as he nearly always is. But he'll need time just to play himself in. Hanscom holds the key. If he goes, it could be very, very close indeed. 319 runs for Mulder in the competition. Van Meekeren is in, both slightly short. Hanscom just drops it down towards shortish mid-wicket, and there was always going to be a comfortable one there in the circumstances, and a lot of ground for Tom Price to make up. He's trying to cover both mid-on and mid-wicket, really, Tom Price there. And he's pointing. He said, should I go a little bit wider there?
I think it's tricky, isn't it? Because I mean, I think you've got to have deep square back, not only for the straight fuller ball, but if Van Meekeren wants to bang it in short, you've got to have the fielder out there to try and take that catch. And I think, so the decision has been to take one away from the offside and put that fielder in at mid-wicket, which I think, whilst obviously it gives Van Meekeren less freedom to be driven, I think it's probably a better field, especially if he were to bowl one back of a length, maybe takes the splice of the bat, mid-wicket could come into play.
Mulder then facing his first ball from Van Meekeren, bowls a bouncer, just leans back out of the way of it, sharpish delivery, decent one to get first up, then he rehearses the pull hook. He won't be afraid to take it on in due course, not quite yet though.
I think fans have started to get their teeth into this from both
they're
sides.
beginning to sort of not taunt each other, but exchange chants down there. 34 for 4. Gloucestershire have found their voice both on and off the field. In goes Van Meekeren and bowls onto the legs of Mulder, just tucks it down towards square leg. Van Buren comes scampering in. One is all that Leicestershire can take. 35 for 4. Mulder off the mark.
So he has been Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker in this competition, Van Meekeren. 17 wickets at a good average. He's always going to be on the more expensive side as far as economy rates go, but actually, I mean, 6.4, it's not.
Not if you're taking 17 wickets as well.
And it's in modern terms, 6.4 and over is not what it used to be.
I think most captains would take that if you're getting wickets as well. Bracey certainly has done, happily. In he goes, and bowls slightly short, pulled by Hanscom, but only as far as Van Buren takes it on the third bounce down there at deep backward square, but saw that one early. Hanscom and timed it nicely, but picked out the fielder. Just one then. End of the over, 3 runs from it, all singles. Hanscom, who has kept the strike, has moved on to 16. Mulder has a single. Leicestershire need 90. Gloucestershire needs 6 wickets.
And he's going to challenge batters on the short ball, and I don't think you can really say to Van Meekeren you can't bang it in short, because it is what he does when he wants wickets. So I think it's just going to have to be a certain extent if a couple did get pulled away. Well, that's sort of the game at the moment. They haven't got enough runs to play with really, but I don't think that can change too much what Van Meekeren's plans are. Anwar Ali will try and keep things full, but he doesn't on this occasion. It's short and wide, but they do have Tom Smith out there on the deep point boundary, so he keeps it down to just the single. 37 for 4. Hanscom 17 of 38 deliveries, but it's pretty much immaterial, the number of balls that he's faced. In fact, if anything, it's actually an asset that he's faced that number of balls, because he's managed to see off the Gloucestershire new ball bowling where others haven't. Vian Mulder facing up then. List day average of almost 41. And he's facing Anwar Ali, who bowls to him, and he's squared up there. Anwar is appealing for LBW, but he's not completely joined in by the rest of his fielders, so I don't think Jack Chantry was ever going to give that one out.
It was a bit of an afterthought, wasn't it, almost, from Anwar? He suddenly thought, oh, actually, that's a bit closer than I thought. And then he turned to appeal, but let's have a look. Yeah.
Is it leg cutter, maybe? It looks to have
sort of did
moved
something,
that
didn't
way,
it?
doesn't it? Whereas, I mean, if he's getting the ball to move in like he did to Ackerman, and then he's got that one going away, then that's exactly what Gloucestershire need him to do. Get that ball moving both ways. It certainly seemed to act off the pitch like it had a bit of a leg cut on it. Anwar Ali bowls outside the off stump, and Mulder lets that one go through to the keeper. It's one of those 50 over games where we've got leaves in the 14th over. Gotta love it. Extraordinary day so far. There's Gloucestershire falling in what looked like an absolute heap, really, at 125. Graham Van Buren, the only batter to pass 22, making it 44. But really just a tale of wickets falling, partly through batter error, partly through struggling to come to terms with the surface, seemingly, as Anwar Ali bowls, and Mulder once again has nothing to do with that one, lets it go through to Bracey. Tom Price 19, Ollie Price 22, James Bracey 21, and then David Payne finished 11 not out at the end. And it has not been a day so far where, if you like your crash bang wallop and your boundaries, you're coming and watching, because Gloucestershire only had, he says, trying to add it up quickly, I think it's 15 boundaries in their innings, and so far Leicestershire have only had 3. We haven't had a 6. But it has been absorbing because of the fact that Leicestershire have lost these early wickets. Every ball feels like it's got something on it. Here comes Anwar Ali. He bowls. Again, it's well wide of off stump. And Mulder resists the temptation, which I'm sure would have been there because he's now rehearsing the shot. Would have been there to try and slash it away. But he's clearly still feeling that I can't get out here. If I plant one straight into the hands of Point trying to cut that one, then I really do put a lot of pressure on the less experienced, but not totally inexperienced, of course. I mean, you've still got somebody like Chris Wright to come, and we know that he can more than hold a bat, but he will know how important this partnership is with the two internationals out there in the middle. An international bowler bowling at them in Pakistan's Anwar Ali. This is driven and timed pretty nicely by Mulder, but he can't beat Graham Van Buren at extra cover, and that's another really tidy over from Anwar. Maybe a couple of deliveries which just didn't force Mulder to play, but at the same time they may be feeling that they could get him to play outside the off stump. And actually, I've just had a look at that delivery as well. That has swung back in to Mulder as well, so there is still movement out there, even after what is now 14 overs and the ball's 7 overs old. It's clearly just one of those evenings, those conditions where the ball just seems to continue to swing almost regardless of what condition it's in. 37 for 4.
David Payne involved in a little conference with Paul van Meekeren. They've brought in the offside sweeper, so third man, long leg, and backward square the men out at the moment. In goes Van Meekeren outside off stump, and it was short and very wide. Hanscom reached for it and chopped it over point. It's going to be dragged back in because he didn't get all of it. Mulder wanted a third. Hanscom sent him back. Awful delivery from Van Meekeren, as you suggested, could sometimes happen, and Hanscom did quite well to get anything on that, to be quite honest. Might have looked to sort of uppercut it, but there was a third man, so he didn't take the risk.
That was the only danger with that ball, wasn't it?
He could
he'd
cut it
end
straight
up just
to third man,
helping it straight down the throat of Jack Taylor down there.
So just the two to Hanscom. Van Meekeren turns, runs in and bowls full. It was looked to be almost a half volley, but Hanscom just leant forward and played it firmly, but respectfully enough, out towards Payne at mid-off. He bowls the ball to mid-on. Just sort of watching him move around, David Payne, to see how he's moving okay. Seems to be.
He does always have a slightly,
sort of
unique gait, does
yes.
David Payne.
In looking for the York inside edge as well as the foot, I suspect, involved with seeing if umpire Lander signals. He does not signal. It was indeed part foot or boot, part inside edge that saw the ball trickle on down towards long leg. One taken, and then a long conversation between Messrs Malander and Hanscom.
It's not really a trudge that Payne has so much, but it's just a sort of
it's just kind of tentative, isn't it? He's not. Isn't like
it wasn't actually that close to Taylor. At the same time, given that we've seen there's some pace in the pitch, wasn't as far off as it might have been.
No, if Mulder gets in, he will, beautifully crisp timer of the ball. But it's Hanscom who's on strike. Van Meekeren is in and bowls again, slightly short, up on his toes. Hanscom steering it towards backward point, but this time Tector can get across and make the stop, and does. Hasn't been quite as testing as his first over so far from Paul Van Meekeren. James Bracey is asking the question of somebody. I get the impression that Payne's got almost as much sort of say in field placing as the wicket-keeper captain here.
Yeah, he has captained Gloucestershire on occasions as Payne.
Van Meekeren is in, pulled by Hanscom. It was short and it was outside off stump. Hanscom saw it all the way, pulled it very straight, only just wide of mid-on, runs down to the long on boundary for 4, greeted with a huge cheer by the Leicestershire faithful. Hanscom moves on to 24. 44 after, so 3-0 to the Foxes for that one. And they need to score at sort of 2.5, 8 or 6 wickets for Gloucestershire.
One thing after that was Hay. Clearly the right option for Van Meekeren to try a short one, feeling that he might have got a wicket with it brought mid-on or mid-wicket into play, but not to be, and that's the tightrope that you walk as a bowler like Van Meekeren. You can get wickets with a short ball, but you can also go for runs. Gloucestershire can't afford him to go for too many, with only 81 now to play with. Here comes Anwar Ali, and he bowls now to Mulder, who reaches forward and plays the ball out to Graham van Buren at extra cover in defence, and there's no run. As far as the other options for Gloucestershire go, other than bringing back one of their opening bowlers, they then have to turn to spin, and whilst Tom Smith you'd feel will do his usual job, keep things very tight, at the same time it's hard to see whether this pitch is really going to turn a huge amount, and so they'll be loath, I think, to go to him too soon. Anwar Ali bowls, it's a short ball, he gets on top of it, does Mulder, and pulls the ball out towards deep square. It's only going to be a single, but it is another run to Mulder, who's up to 3 46 for 4. 80 needed to win. And even just a sort of 4 or 5 over spell that goes by without losing a wicket, you sort of start to get to the point where you feel that Gloucestershire start to sense that they must keep taking these wickets. They must get another one soon. Here comes Anwar Ali, and he bowls, and it's cut away firmly by Hanscom out to deep point where Smith fields, and it's 47 for 4. Hanscom on to 25. So the final on the 16th will be a 11 o'clock start. Always has been, so hopefully whichever side you're supporting, you can get down and support that event. I've been both years so far, and it's been a couple of really enjoyable games of cricket for the one-day finals there, as that's tucked into the leg side by Mulder. Quick single is taken as Tom Price moves in from mid-on. Nicely judged there by Hanscom and by Mulder. 48 for 4. Mulder moves on to 4. Glamorgan champions 2 years ago over a Durham side that brought back a couple of their players from the 100 actually, and Glamorgan made a point of not bringing their players back, ended up winning that game. It was a good advert for 50 over cricket and one day final. Still a decent number of people turning up, despite the fact that that first year at Trent Bridge it was on a Thursday. Anwar Ali bowls, and looking to guide this one down towards third man is Hanscom, but can't do so. Finds the hands of Tector at backward point. And then last year, Kent versus Lancashire, it's Darren Stevens, the big storyline on that day. 1 more year for Steve-O, they were chanting. And then going up 2 more years, 3 more years. By the time he'd finished his work for the day, I think he was playing into his 60s, but it was a great occasion. And of course, Kent going on to win that title last year. Here comes Anwar Ali, and he bowls, and that's a looping delivery which is turned away out towards deep square by Hanscom. He picks up another run, so a handy little over there for Leicestershire. No risks really taken. They've added 4 more runs onto their score. That was a strange looking slower ball, I think, from Anwar Ali, that not only did it kind of dip, but it also seemed to swerve a bit on Hanscom, so he had to watch it carefully, but because of the fact that it was a slower ball, he had time to make the adjustment that he needed to. 49 for 4, 16 overs have gone for what that's worth, but it is still basically just the case that Gloucestershire needs 6 wickets, and it is 77 more runs required by Leicestershire.
Using all his experience, Anwar at the moment, trying to make something happen. Van Meekeren using his pace and determination as much as anything, as much as guile really. Still got the slip in as he comes running in from the pavilion end, bowls. That's a poorish delivery onto the leg of Peter Hanscom, who just goes back and clips it firmly down to long leg. A single greeted with applause because it brings up the Leicestershire 50. Rarely has a 50, as in an innings 50, been greeted with applause of such warmth.
Chasing 126 to win.
Indeed, 76 more needed. Hanscom on to 27. Mulder on strike. Van Meekeren is in outside off stump, cut away for 4. Really timed that one beautifully. He is a wonderful timer of the ball, Vian Mulder, and if he gets in, he will do damage. There was whip from Van Meekeren, whereas Hanscom has picked out the fielders a couple of times. Mulder didn't, and it fairly raced away to the backward point boundary for 4, and he's having to be dried at some length by the fielder out there. Mulder on to 8, 54 for 4. Makerin turns, straightish run, bowls, again onto the legs. That could be 4 as well. No, long legs should get there. Oh, he hasn't. He did get there, but unfortunately, running along, got 2 hands to ball, but couldn't quite stop it. It's down there, and it burst through and called over the ropes. So consecutive boundaries to Vian Mulder. He moves on to 12, 58 for 4, 68 to win.
I can't afford that, Gloucestershire. Either ball nor the stop not being made. He thought he could get and scoop it up without having to go into the dive, but every run, of course, so critical. But Gloucestershire have got a serious problem if Van Meekeren can't get his line and his length right, because all it's going to take is 2 or 3 overs, and the task starts to look a doddle for Leicestershire.
Can he come back? The Dutchman with a good one. In he goes. Bowls. That is on off stump, but just wide enough for Mulder to get up on the back foot and deflect it with an angle back down towards third man. Taylor, the fielder, down there. Mulder takes 1. Moves on to 13 off 14 balls. 59 for 4.
Such an indication of a batter's confidence for me in one-day cricket, especially when you start coming out of the early stages of an innings, when the ball starts to get a bit older, when the batters start to feel they can play that run down to third man, they can start actually playing with the outside edge of the bat. They're not scared of nicking off all the time.
Van Meekeren into Hanscom, straighter, and Hanscom on the back foot defends, and you heard the call of no as he pushed it out towards mid-on. It rolled slowly out towards Price. There is no mid-wicket now, but Hanscom wasn't remotely interested in testing the arm of Price and the fielding ability. Got 4 men out now for Van Meekeren. Hasn't much choice, Bracey. He's keeping his slip in, but he's got third man, long leg, backward square and point now all on the boundary. Van Meekeren is in, down the leg side, clipped down, but a straight to Anwar. Batties nicely, and inevitably, of course, him having fielded it perfectly cleanly, there's a slightly sarcastic cheer from the Leicestershire faithful. Still a good over 4 foxes. 49 to 60, 11 from it. The 17th over yields 11, and Leicestershire are not far off, halfway all of a sudden to their target. 66 more need.
Yeah, I think it's starting to get fairly desperate for Gloucestershire, even just another kind of 10 runs. It's always the case, you always feel when you look up at a board and you see that the remaining and to win that sort of thing, and then the score that you've got, and just the way that as you get past halfway and the difference between those numbers grow. Anwar Ali bowls, it's played up the pitch by Hanscom, and the bowler will field. But whether that's, you know, chasing 250 or something, you start to get beyond halfway, get it down to double figures or something like that. But particularly in this situation where if they'd lost another wicket, even a score of sort of 50 or something like that, then you'd have gone, well, you lost half the side and you've still got more than half the runs to get. But because they'll reach the halfway mark, you would think something close to half the side or even less than that, that's when you start to wonder, do Gloucestershire really think that they can keep taking these wickets? And well, Ali bowls, that one does stay down on Hanscom, and he has to jam the bat down on it at the last second as it's played out towards extra cover. He's done well to keep that one out as Hanscom.
Yeah, Payne's warming up again now. He has to go back to him, doesn't he, really?
I think, yeah, one of the new ball bowlers probably got to come back. And this, I say, it was always the thing with Van Meekeren, because he's somebody who can take wickets on absolute flat tracks, but what he's not so much is a bowler who, you know, you'd say throw the ball, the new ball to them maybe in the championship and land 6 balls on the spot and try to get wickets with movement. That's the sort of bowling I think that's been needed here today. There'll be runs here as that's turned away into the leg side, wide of mid-on by Hanscom, and they will come back for a comfortable 2. So 62 for 4. Hanscom is on to 30. Just the second batter today who's got past that mark, and he dare to dream of a 50.
For the first time since the first over, I think Leicester have got themselves ahead on DLS, for what that's worth. But just give an indication
it's always an indication, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where Duckworth-Lewis thinks things are. Anwar Ali charging in past umpire Chantry and bowls, and it's played up towards mid-on, and a sliding effort there will make sure that there is no run. Jack Taylor, I think, no, Tom Price, the fielder up at mid-on. And Anwar Ali still bowled very nicely, 3.4 overs, 1 for 9. He's made enough happen, albeit with the slightly older ball, but he's bowling to 2 batters who know that they don't actually have to go after him. And since Van Meekeren has come on, they've had enough from the other end, especially to know that they don't need to take any risks against him. Slip is out now. There are no slips as Ollie Price goes into mid-wicket. So James Bracey feeling it's time to look for catches in front of the wicket by the looks of things. In goes Anwar Ali and bowls. It's a short ball. It's pulled in the air. It's not been timed, but it's fallen well away from any fielder. And it'll only be the single with deep square leg running round. So they got the ball, which wasn't especially well timed that they were after, but it was played safely enough into a gap on the leg side. 63 for 4. Hanscom on to 31. And Mulder, who, with the assistance of a bit of sloppy fielding as well, has made his way up to 13 from only 14 deliveries. Last ball of the 18th over. Slip is back in, it's a short ball, it's been cracked away through forward square leg and the fielder can't get there. Vian Mulder has hit that one as hard as any ball we've seen today, and Anwar trying another surprise bumper, but Vian Mulder was ready for it and he's crunched it into the gap. 67 for 4, so Leicestershire past halfway now. They need 59 to win, and Gloucestershire, if they're to keep hopes of a ridiculous victory alive, must get a wicket very soon. And I think, as we've mentioned, they must surely turn back to one of their openers, and I think it is David Payne indeed who's going to come back into the attack, and this feels like a move which has got to work, and got to work really probably to the tune of multiple wickets this spell from David Payne. They're going back to their senior, well, I say their senior bowler, I guess technically Anwar Ali's their senior bowler, but going back to their senior new ball bowler. And it's up to Payne, as it has been so often in his Gloucestershire career, to try to make something happen. 67 for 4, Leicestershire need 59.
Well, Van Meekeren went for 22 from his 3 overs, conceded 3 boundaries, and just can't afford that, Gloucestershire, if they are going to really push Leicestershire. They are pushing them at the moment. Payne around the wicket to Hanscom, who takes it off the stumps, clipping it down to fine leg again. Anwar gets a gently sarcastic cheer as he feels the ball down there. Hanscom takes 1, moves on to 32. Had he missed it, they would have been allowed appeal. He didn't. 68 for 4. 58 now needed by the Foxes to get to the first final in the One Day Cup since 1985. Payne back over the wicket to Vian Mulder, who just waits for the delivery on middle and leg and just drops it out to square leg. There isn't a square leg. Van Buren is back down on the boundary, and Price has a long way to run from mid-wicket, so the most comfortable of singles. It does look just to be limping slightly, Payne, to me on that, just favouring that ankle a little bit. Back round to Hanscom. In he goes and bowls. Hanscom again is playing off the straight, really off the stumps, but clipping it calmly out towards mid-wicket. Van Buren comes into field, but because they're seeing it all right at the moment, these two, and at the moment just milking the bowling comfortably enough, taking 4s if they're on offer. Key partnership, and Gloucestershire need to break it soon. 70 for 4. Came together with the score on 33. Payne back over the wicket to Mulder, who plays it well. Ball that did just lift slightly on him, and he just lifted his head slightly as he got on top of the bounce and steered it down to third man, and for the 4th time in the over took a single off the delivery. 71 for 4.
I think this is the largest partnership of the match now as well. I think Gloucestershire's highest was 36.
Says something. Payne back round to Hanscom, who gets a delivery on the off stump this time, thick inside edge, and Payne went down there and just touched his presume it's his left ankle, is it, that he had the problem? But
To be honest, I'm not actually sure which ankle it was. Tom Price loosening up as well at mid-on. You can't leave overs in the tank, can you, of the bowlers who've been doing best.
Do you try an over of spin just to see? In goes, outside off stump from Payne, and Mulder, I think, had a little feel for that one. He rehearses, he's cross with himself, so he did have a little feel for it. He rehearses a much more positive, flowing drive, but he just had a little push at that one, and it went past his outside edge. He survives, 5 off the over for Leicestershire, and it's been a good run from their point of view. What was it? 7 off the 15, 4, 11, 7, 5. Given the game a different feel. 72 for 4. 54 needed by the Foxes. 6 wickets by Gloucestershire.
And it's only a few moments ago that they were passing that halfway mark, but now you look at the score in the 70s and the runs required in the 50s, and all of a sudden you've gone from being halfway there to being 60% there, and that really does make a huge difference. And there is a change of bowling, and it is Tom Price back now, so Gloucestershire are not wasting any time here. It is Price back for a 7th over, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12 up front, and he's bowling now to Hanscom, who gets an edge, but it goes well wide of the slip fielder and along the ground enough down towards third man. Hanscom will certainly tell you he knew what he was doing there. 73 for 4.
Price said to Bracey, should we have a second catcher? Why not? You know, what have we got to lose?
Yeah.
And indeed, second slip comes in, or at least Ollie Price moves across to second, and Van Buren comes into first.
Yeah, I was actually wondering whether they were going to go with the in-out, but they're not. They're going to have cover up, so nobody back on the offside, basically say to Mulder, go on, drive me, and I think that's basically what they've got to do. Here comes Price and bowls to him, and he comes forward and will get a single out towards the leg side, towards where a short mid-wicket would field, and it's 73 for 4, and now presumably they're now pointing to that gap.
They all are pointing to mid-wicket now, so
yeah,
Price immediately said, can we not have someone in on the push?
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? I mean, the last over, what was it, 4 singles through that area that might have been stopped by somebody fielding at, say, a forward square leg. And with them having to target the stumps, kind of feel that you need somebody to stop that drop and run. But you can't have them everywhere. Price bowls, this is 2 straight, and it's clipped away by Hanscom through a straight mid-wicket. There'll be 2 here, and that is the sum of it, I think, as the throw is hurled in from way out there in the distance, and it's 76 for 4, 50 needed. Gloucestershire, their chances of pulling off a miracle in this second innings are ebbing away. Their chances of reaching another 50 over final, their first since 2015. Rest in the hands of probably Price and Payne here, picking up a couple of quick wickets. Price is into bolt, and again it's tucked confidently away through the leg side by Hanscom out towards deep forward square leg, and it's just the single, but they can get him in singles. 49 runs required. So for Gloucestershire after this, of course, we have the Gloucestershire-Leicestershire rematch in the Championship on Sunday. Very much looking forward to that. Then Gloucestershire have their final home game of the season the following round against Derbyshire. Price is in, and that's pulled away round the corner by Mulder. The fielding is secure from Zaman Akhtar, who's on as a substitute fielder down there, or at least it's somebody wearing Zaman Akhtar's shirt anyway. That one run is taken, 78 for 4.
I was going to say you could brought your tent, pitched it on the outfield.
Yes.
Who was it? Patsy Harris, the old Pasty Harris, the umpire used to bring a camper van.
In comes Price. He bowls, and again delivery which doesn't get up as much as Hanscom thought it might, and he plays it a little bit like a jack-in-the-box out towards cover. And there's no run. Ends the over, but there were runs off every ball that over apart from that one. 6 from it, 78 for 4, 48 needed. I'm sure I heard some other story about Essex back in the day pitching tents here. I'm sure I heard
here.
Yeah, something, Don Topley saying something about this on commentary a while back. I'll have to ask him. Some sort of revenge for something else. I can't remember what it was, but just
revenge.
Yeah, well, over some sort of issue with hospitality or something like that for a previous fixture. So
I shall have to
they pitched tents on the outfield.
Check about that.
Because there were no tents hospitality pitched.
David Payne is back on and beats Svian Mulder from over the wicket with a ball that just goes past his outside edge, pushed across the South African, and he indicates there was movement. I think it was just pushed across him and wasn't quite sure how to play it. Mulder, who has looked so certain, and in this innings, the last 2 deliveries from Payne have beaten him. 21 of 21 for Vian Mulder. Payne is into him again. It's full and it's driven, and it's going to be 4. Outside off stump width, and Mulder just leant into it, steered it away, didn't try and overhit it. Knew if you get it past the infield on that side of the ground, down the slight slope there, it is almost certainly going to run away, and it did into the cover, so that might have got a bit of a soaking as well. Mulder on to 25, 82 for 4.
And a shot there which I think really shows where things are now. Yes, it was full and there to be driven, but to drive it away with that level of confidence, I think especially off the bowler has been the most potent for Gloucestershire. That says something.
Payne round the wicket now on off stump. Mulder respectfully defends, rather walks into the defensive press. Out into the offside it goes. Hammond is drying the ball immediately on his rag.
Hopefully he doesn't lose it.
Is he wont to occasionally?
No, definitely not.
Sure not. Unfortunate, some other chance that happening. Apologies for the language as Mulder drives that one on off stump, but only as far as Van Meekeren at mid-off, and there's no run.
No, I'm not sure. I mean, you're struggling to find anybody that I think would get particularly angry in this Gloucestershire side. I'm not actually sure. Everything is relative. I don't think I've ever really seen anybody in this side properly lose it.
Football chants are such a bore, aren't they, really? In goes Payne, and well, slightly short, pulled by Mulder into the gap, but he's going to get around there. Running around is Tom Smith. Even so, Mulder, who is very sharp between the wickets, calls for the second. It's a long goal throw for Smith from down there, and he runs on the throw, makes his ground fairly comfortably. Mulder on to 27, 84 for 4. Last 8 or so overs as Payne is in full and driven again by Mulder. It was almost too full to drive it as straight, I suspect, as he wanted. Steered it really out to the man in front of the manual scoreboard on the point boundary. Takes 1, keeps the strike, moves on to 28, 85 for 4 after 21. So they came together in the 12th over, at the end of the 12th over, 33 for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 overs. It's taken them to add 50, or 52 to be precise, but the first 50 partnership.
Yeah, and Mulder's the one player so far who's managed to make batting look quite easy on this. Really, out of, to be honest, even including Hanscom, 38 of 61, although I'm sure you make the case that Mulder came in a little bit later, so it was slightly easier, but at the same time, even the batters that came out later on for Gloucestershire did not make it look at all simple. So I wonder what Gloucestershire are going to do now with Payne in that over, a couple of half volleys. This is the first time he's bowled, what, 7 overs out of 21 here, and this is only the second game this season where he's had to bowl more than 4 overs. It might just have been, but you had to try, you had to give it a bit of a stretch.
They do, but they need to be careful. If they want him to bowl in September, they're going to have to be a bit careful.
In goes Tom Price, and he bowls, and Mulder plays calmly out into the leg side. Hammond fields, he's now up at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And I think also just in terms of the fact that it just didn't quite look as the first 5 overs did from Payne, that they may feel for dual reasons they've got to change the bowling, maybe give Anwar Ali a go from the opposite end to where he bowled up front as Price bowls, and Mulder plays a bit of a loose shot outside the off stump there. It was kind of a neither forwards nor back, neither attacking nor defensive. It was just a bit of a hang the bat out to dry type of shot, I think, there from Mulder. Yeah, he's sort of almost not played a shot at it at all, but then half-hearted attempt at running it down fine. Just a little bit of bounce there for Tom Price, who bowls once more, and this is played into the leg side by Mulder off the front foot, looking much more his confident and decisive self there.
Greetings to Chris from Harborough, who's listening on the train back from St Pancras. Are the conditions that dodgy? Not really. Pitch has done a bit, but I maintain that it's not a 200 for 14 wicket. But anyway.
Here comes Price and bowls to Mulder, who drives off the back foot. He'll find the gap between backward point and cover. Should just be a couple with Tector running back, and indeed it is 2 runs to move Mulder on to a runnable 30, 87 for 4. Got pretty extraordinary colours in the skies away to our right. It's gone from a kind
sunset all of a sudden.
It was almost an apricot colour, but now it's more a sort of salmony and peachy. Yeah, we've got bits of mauve in there as well. It's
a ripe peach.
It's a very dramatic sky. In comes Price and bowls a Yorker. It's well dug out by Mulder as well. Good cricket as it's fielded up at mid-on by Anwar Ali, and there's no run. It's actually a fairly similar, although I wasn't actually at the game, fairly similar sunset for the Gloucestershire versus New Zealand game just a couple of nights ago. Of course, nobody in this side was playing that game, but a crowd of over 4,000 turned out for that Gloucestershire-New Zealand game, effectively to watch Gloucestershire seconds against New Zealand 1.5s. This is punched off the back foot by Mulder. That's a sweet shot through cover point, and it crosses the boundary rope now. And Mulder is guiding his side, along with Peter Hanscom, into a one-day final. 91 for 4, and only 35 more needed.
A little bit of concern from some of the Leicester supporters about the possible shower that may or may not be heading our way, but
no matter now.
They're well ahead on DLS, and I think if the game ends tonight, the rules are that that would be it.
Yeah, we don't have to come back tomorrow.
If it were to end now, we wouldn't be back tomorrow. Leicestershire, who are now 30 ahead on DLS, will only take a wicket though. Well, Payne is going to continue 2 for 31 from his 7 overs. And he will have a slip as he comes around the wicket to Peter Hanscom, who gets a delivery on off stump, blocks back down the wicket to David Payne. Hanscom has been almost caught by Mulder. Hanscom 38 off 62, Mulder 34 off 32. Next man in would be Louis Kimber, who is a very hard-hitting young batsman. But he is very much a batsman. In goes Payne and bowls, and on driven by, well, on pushed really by Hanscom. Payne sort of tried to, I suspect, flick it onto the stumps. Mulder had gone nowhere, managed to sort of flick it towards Price. Gloucestershire look a little quieter in the field now, understandably. 33 for 4. They had the Foxes as Payne is in. Well, bowled, comes back in towards Hanscom, who rather shovels it out towards Price at that sort of wide-ish mid-on slash straightish mid-wicket. Again, he just looks to be just limping slightly on his left leg to me, David Payne. As you say, I know he has a slightly eccentric gait, if you like, when he's walking, but he is favouring it a touch. And he isn't putting everything into his run, for sure. Bowls, and again, looking to force it to straight mid-on is Hanscom, but doesn't really time it as well as he would have liked. Price slides across and makes a stop from that straight mid-wicket position.
It's now a sort of almost indigo, the sky. It really is extraordinary, changing by
it's beautiful, isn't it?
It's incredible. I might, if you don't mind, I might just go.
No, you go and get a photo if you like. Payne is in. Hanscom defends wristily. Just turns his bat face on that one. Drops it out. Payne himself feels him sort of moving across to the onside in his follow through. Five dot balls from David Payne in this over. Has regained some sort of control of the scoring rate for Gloucestershire as he runs in and bowls the final ball of the over, and it's going to be 4. And Payne can't quite believe it because it was just working its way down the leg side. Hanscom went back on his stumps, helped it around the corner, and 4 from the last ball. Payne just is livid with himself. 95 for 4 Leicestershire after 23. Payne now 2 for 35 from his 8 overs. Hanscom has moved into the 40s, the first batsman to do so in the match. 42 off 67, Mulder 34 off 32. If Leicestershire do go on to win this game, Hanscom certainly won't be here for the final. And the possibility is, I'm afraid, that Mulder won't be either. He might have had to go back to South Africa by that stage. Whether he'd come back for the final might depend on what the requirements are. It's more feasible, certainly, for Mulder to come back from South Africa, given the sort of minimal change in time zones, and it certainly is not possible for Hanscom.
Change of bowling, it's Van Meekeren back into the attack, and Mulder is caught in an unpleasant place on his body, I think.
Amidships, as they sometimes say.
He's tentatively now trying to run towards square leg as if that will help. Nothing does. You sort of always feel as if there's something that you can do to try and ease things, but it never happens. He sunk to the floor after he was struck and then tried to run it off. And of course, you always end up sort of half smiling, but it's
just time, isn't it? That
yes, time heals all wounds. Yes, I did go out to try and take a picture of the sunset, but as so often with phone cameras, it just sort of takes one look at it and goes, no, that's no good, is it?
I think I'd have tried a spinner rather than Van Meekeren, to be honest, just to see if you managed to get your photo.
Yeah, so it just didn't. Oh no, it's not even working at all. I've got a lovely photo of a black photo icon. In comes Van Meekeren and he bowls. It's driven sumptuously through the covers by Mulder. That's the shot of the day, I think, there. In fairness, we haven't seen a huge number of boundaries, but that was as crisp a shot off the front foot as we've seen. 99 for 4, and it's just 27 more runs required now. It was a half volley from Van Meekeren. You've still got to put it away, and that has sped off to the boundary at breakneck speed. 38 from 34 for Vian Mulder.
Well, we can play you every week, apparently. Look, you're back on Sunday. The chant goes up.
Here goes Van Meekeren. Bowles. Oh, he's almost chopped on, but he might get 4 for this as it's going down fine. It does go for 4. It beats Tom Price. Leicestershire bring up their 100. Meekeren contemplates his ill fortune as he stares back towards the stumps, which were not disturbed by that Harrow drive from Vian Mulder. It does not matter how they come.
It wasn't the greatest ball, in fairness, but needed that sort of break, Van Meekeren and Gloucestershire. It was a wide, almost a half volley again. Mulder threw his bat at it. It could easily have come off the inside edge onto the stumps instead of to fine leg for 4.
Almost actually looks like the kind of skies that you get during the wildfires. And Meekeren bowls. It's short, pulled away. It's off the hands of mid-wicket, and it's 4 more. Oh, I hope his fingers are all still in the right place there, because that has been hit murderously by Vian Mulder, and it skimmed off the fingertips of Ben Wells. No, it's not Ben Wells, it's Graham Van Buren, sorry. Yeah. I thought I saw 72 out. I was going to say Ben Wells is out for the season.
Wow.
Goodness me.
All right. It's brilliantly to get anything on it. He's holding them now. He stayed on his haunches for a while because, as you say, hit that like an absolute tracer.
It's extraordinary that ball has still gone to the boundary at that speed after making contact with somebody's fingers. I think by the looks of things he's okay. That's the last thing Gloucestershire need for the championship running is to lose their skipper again, having lost him for the games in June and July. Meekeren bowls. It's down the leg side. They'll be wided, and it's 108 for 4. 18 more needed. Needed to be a dream evening really for Van Meekeren, where he just went on one of those tears that he can do. Unfortunately, it's gone the other way, and he's gone for 35 runs now in his 3.4 overs. So the game moving to a speedy conclusion, and just as Gloucestershire did in their playoff victory, it looks as if Leicestershire may even get there using up less than half the overs. Certainly around that point anyway. Van Meekeren bowls. It's another short ball. It's muscled away. Takes a pretty horrid bounce on Anwar Ali, but at the same time he didn't get down to cut it off. And it's 4 more. And that's, I think, although the board hasn't got there now, it has, is 50 for Vian Mulder, and it's come in only 37 deliveries. That was his 9th 4, and he has really played an innings the like of which we haven't seen so far today. He's grown in confidence very quickly out there, and he has put Gloucestershire to the sword and is seeing his side through to that final.
I've said before when I've watched Vian Mulder, sometimes it looks as though he's playing a different game to the rest of the players, and it has a little bit tonight. Yeah. It's been one of those games.
14 needed. Meekeren bowls. Oh, goodness me, that's a full toss. I'm not actually sure. We'll see what the umpires say. It's going to be 2 runs, as it's just basically self-defence from Mulder down towards third man. But I've got to say, I didn't actually think that was above his waist, but we'll see. I thought
it was going to be, and it dropped sufficiently quickly.
And I think.
Let's have a look. No.
Yeah. Anyway, it was a very high full toss, but it just wasn't quite high enough to be a no ball, but just didn't come out right from Van Meekeren.
19 off the over from Van Meekeren, who has had a game to forget. The Dutchman 4 overs, none for 41.
Yes, and a reverse scoop caught
yes.
at third man without scoring with the bat as well.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. Well, David Payne has done his work for now. 2 for 35 from 8, and it's going to be Price with just 12 needed to win, who takes up the attack for Gloucestershire from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Peter Hanscom. Can he too get his 50? Hanscom digs one out rather. He certainly implies that that one stayed low just outside off stump, and Van Buren at extra cover makes the stop.
We'll be able to hear.
We're all going to Trentbridge, says
yes.
is the chant.
No, never. Yes, also the thing is, never has that ever been sung in these parts.
No.
Particularly
Not with
the
joyous
highway between
anticipation.
Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire with such excitement. Yeah.
But, yep, they are looking forward to it at the moment. Price is in up on his toes, is Hanscom, trying to force it behind square on the offside. A good sort of falling stop away to his left by Tector. There is no run. Again, Van Buren takes a white rag in his case out of his trousers to give the ball a clean or dry. Sure, he's not worried whether it's dirty or not. It's just whether the bowler can grip it. 1 for 24 for Tom Price from 8.2 overs turns. Runs in and bowls. Very good delivery, line and length on off stump. Hanscom just leans forward, plays it back up the pitch to Tom Price, with a name and the appearance that he should be Welsh. He should be Welsh. Born in Oxford. But it just looks like a Celt to me. Dark curly hair, Tom Price. I don't know. There was a famous Welsh prop, wasn't there, Tom Price? In the very good Welsh side of the 70s. In he goes and bowls, again very straight, and again Hanscom content just to keep him out, push it back down the pitch to Tom Price. Huge dark cloud is over the ground at the moment. The orange that has excited both Ed and I now beginning to be obscured away to the west, of course. 114 for 4. Hanscom on 42 has played a huge innings, his last innings for the Foxes this season. Forward he goes to that one, pushing the delivery out into the offside. Again, Tector fields. Again, there is no run. Price giving it all to the very last. Defiant, I would suggest.
Yeah, he's shown real commitment here, and it would have been quite easy for Gloucestershire just to have not believed that they could defend this title. I don't think you would have had anybody in the ground thinking in their heart of hearts that Gloucestershire were going to defend it, but to cause the problems that they did up front.
I'm told I'm thinking of Graham Price, but I'm sure there was a Tom Price as well. But anyway, in goes Tom Price, and Hanscom is going to pick up a run off the last ball of the over, just goes back and turns it off middle and leg out through the vacant square leg area, down to the sweeper down there. Might as well bring them all up. Now you would have thought Hanscom keeps the strike, so he still has a chance of going to his 50. 11 to win for the Foxes, 6 wickets for Gloucestershire, 115 for 4 after 25.
And you'll of course be able to hear reaction to this game in the morning bulletins on Radio Bristol and Radio Gloucestershire. We'll be going down to get the reaction, as we always do after the game is over, and I think it will be, obviously it's never a nice interview with somebody who's just lost a semi-final, and I think it'll be one of those where you reflect in time to come with pride on what has been a good campaign for Gloucestershire overall, but you never want a semi-final, any knockout game to end as this has for Gloucestershire. Well, looks as if it's going to. Anwar Ali bowls on the back foot, Hanscom looking to drive, but I'm going to run up to mid-off.
He's been so careful for so long that when he at least gets one that he thinks he can crack away, he can't quite time it.
Yeah. And again, maybe just underlines yet again the difference between Mulder and everybody else, seemingly.
But what a run of innings it's been from Hanscom. I mentioned before, 63 off 72 in the win at Hampshire. That was the start of it. Well, it wasn't, because he also got 50s in the first 2 games of this competition.
Anwar Ali is in, and that's played out towards cover, just quietly pushing the ball out there. Hanscom, no run.
So 57 off 54 at Surrey, 87 off 67 at Kent. Then he had a run of 3 low scores, 21, 2 and 2, then 69 off 92 against Essex, 54 off 74 not out against Middlesex, 60 off 97 against Yorkshire, now 43 off 75 here. And they've all been in a winning cause.
Anwar Ali bowls, he's jammed down on that one, not for the first time at the last moment, has Hanscom plays it to Van Buren at mid-wicket in the end, but it was a sort of a... It was almost a shot where he was trying to stop what happened to Vian Mulder last over, because it seemed to be heading, at least to start with, seemed to be heading towards his abdomen, let's call it, and then stayed down low again. Not the first ball that Anwar Ali has got to keep low. 11 needed. Anwar Ali bowls, it's on leg stump, it's clipped firmly, but straight into the hands of Van Maker and down at fine leg. He fields the ball and then looks around at the crowd behind him, and I'm sure gives them a bit of a smirk. They're giving him, I think, an actual round of applause now. 10 more needed by Leicestershire. I think most spectators just appreciate that, actually, even it's all sort of in jest, really, towards the fielder on the boundary, just to get a bit of a grin back. Acknowledgement that they're there. Mulder waiting on 52 as Anwar is in and bowls. Trying to tickle that one away fine. I'm not sure if he's got any bat on that. And Jack Chantry is going to extend that right leg by signal, but one run closer and down into single figures now for Leicestershire. Just 9 more needed. So you can always tell the umpires that haven't been umpiring for that long by how long they can hold the leg by signal, because Jack Chantry, I mean, he could have held that for another couple of minutes, still conditioned from his playing days. The more you stand stock still in a field for hours upon hours every season, the knees don't quite respond. Anwar Ali bowls, it's punched into the covers by Hanscom. Should just be the single. Tom Smith is an excellent fielder out there. Hasn't got to bowl this evening. 118 for 4 Leicestershire, and it's ticking down now. Just 8 required.
I would have tried an over of spin once the partnership started to build, just to see, because it had to be broken. It was always the potentially the key partnership. There's any sort of glance at what these two have done in the competition for the Foxes this season would have confirmed. Well, looks like they've taken Leicestershire to a final. 8 runs to win for the Foxes. Tom Price continues from the pavilion end, comes in, bowls to Hanscom, just tucks the delivery off the straight out towards wide-ish mid-on. Payne is the fielder there at the moment, and there is no run. (16th of September), Saturday the 16th at Trent Bridge is the final. Price turns in, bowls. A bit shorter of a length this time. Better time by Hanscom, but the same result. Played straight, more or less, to Payne, and Hanscom 45 off 80. He's determined not to give it away, and that's admirable, with just 8 to win. But he's getting a little bit frustrated out there, I suspect. He may be flying back tomorrow, Pete Hanscom. I know he's going back pretty much straight away, but it'll be a big celebration tonight if he gets the Foxes over the line. Price is in, bowls to him on off stump. They are not going to make this easy, Gloucestershire. And Hanscom can only block it out into the offside. Van Buren gets the head of Tector.
So if he doesn't miss his flight, or maybe he can transfer it to a later one.
Maybe, given that it's a reserve day tomorrow.
That's true.
Maybe he didn't book it for tomorrow. Maybe it's for... What day? Is it a Wednesday today?
It's Tuesday.
It's
apparently.
a Tuesday.
Still
okay,
Tuesday.
Maybe he's booked it for Thursday then, so maybe he'll have a genuine celebration. In goes Price, bowls. Hanscom tries to whip it into the leg side, thick inside edge, and Pad sees it trickle out to mid-wicket. Jogging across to pick it up is David Payne. 1 is taken. Hanscom on to 46. 7 to win. What does Vian Mulder do here? He would like, I'm sure, to see Peter Hanscom just get one more 50. But goodness me, all that matters is that he gets the Foxes over the line. Price runs in, bowls, and punched away off the back foot by Mulder. Beautifully timed again. There is a sweeper out there, though, on the point boundary, so it will be just the one. 120 for 4, 6 to win. Or can Hanscom do it in style? No, I suspect he won't be looking for the maximum, but he'd love to go to his 50 with a 4, I am sure. Price, one ball, excuse me, 1 ball to go in his spell, which has been a wholly admirable effort on his part. 1 for 27. He's probably bowled a bit better than that, actually, than those figures suggest. Price is in. Hanscom just defends, because it was a good straight delivery, as so many of them have been from Tom Price. But his work for the evening is done. 1 for 27 off 10, his final figures. 2 maidens there as well. 120 for 4, Leicestershire after 27. 6 to win, 23 overs in which to get them.
Yeah, well, he's done all he can with the ball there as Tom Price. As you say, he will feel, I'm sure, even now that he should have had a second wicket, but
it felt like a huge moment, that.
Just the one, and yeah, you never know.
The
but
Hanscom leg before decision.
There we go. Gloucestershire trying to defend 125 is always likely to be a fool's errand.
Anwar Ali then will bowl his 6th over. He's coming in from the Bennett end to bowl to Vian Mulder, who lets the delivery go outside off stump. Neither of these two want to make any mistakes at this late stage.
Clearly they don't have a reservation somewhere.
Who don't have a
Mulder and Hanscom. No. Quite enjoying seeing their side home.
They're sort of serial winners, aren't they? Really sort of internationals, relatively. They know how to get teams across the line. They deal with most situations when lesser players, not necessarily panic, but struggle with the pressure. These two keep playing the same way. Anwar is in, pulled by Mulder round the corner, but it will be stopped on the backward square boundary. Good throw comes in from Hammond. Down there. It's Miles Hammond. He's been in the covers, hasn't he, Hammond? But now he's out there in front of the manual scoreboard. So 1 for Vian Mulder, moves on to 54. 5 to win. Hanscom on 46 has another chance. Can he get one away? Can he get one away? 4 consecutive half centuries he would finish with, Peter Hanscom then. 2 in the first 2 games, so 6 altogether. Anwar is in. Hanscom is just whipping it down towards Hammond again at deep backward square, takes his single. It's too professional, I suspect, to try and do anything daft, Peter Hanscom. Moves on to 47. 122 for 4. 4 to win.
It does rather put Mulder into the position, though, of thinking, actually, do I really want to win this in one blow, or should I try and allow Hanscom the chance to tick up to his 50?
Well, 3 balls to go in the over. He'd take 1, I'm sure, but I suspect if it is a bad ball, he won't be able to stop himself putting it away. Mulder, 54 not out off 42 balls, as Anwar with that very straight one leans forward, comes in, bowls to him. He plays it down into the ground. It's beautifully timed, as so many of his shots have been, but bounces up, and it's a good sort of stop away to his left, moving across to his left by Harry Tector.
Still got plenty of work to do, Harry Tector. Can we call it summer? I'm not quite sure we can, but there's still the small matter of the England-Ireland series coming up for him later on this month. Of course, there's an ODI at Bristol on the 26th of September, so he'll be back to, I suppose you can call it his home ground.
Anwar is in to Mulder on off stump, just defended by Mulder out into the offside. Tector closes quickly on the ball, but not sufficiently quickly to prevent Mulder and Hanscom taking 1. 3 to win. Hanscom Needs 3 for his 50. Mulder 55, not out. But this is the last ball of Anwar Ali's over. But it's a chance for Peter Hanscom. Will James Bracey bring the field in? No, he's not bothering. So he's still got the 4 men out. Sweepers on leg side, offside. And at third man and wide, long leg. Anwar down. The gentle slope from the Bennett end is in. Hanscom gets a good delivery on off stump. He just dabs it down. That'll do. He dabs it down to third man. Takes 1, but it is the last ball of the over, so he keeps the strike. He moves on to 48. Leicestershire need 2 to win and to go through to the one-day cup final. Peter Hanscom, in his final innings of the season for the Foxes, will be on strike. What a signing he has proved to be, Peter Hanscom. He wasn't an original. He came in at the last, not quite the last moment, but he wanted to be in England just in case, with the Ashes going on as well. And, well, boy, has he been value for money for the Foxes. From that very first match, which was the championship win at Yorkshire, to the very last, which is going to be this one-day semi-final against Gloucestershire. Now we are going to see some spin at long last. Well, Tom Smith might just get one delivery. And, well, if it turns square, there'll be some eyebrows raised. But, well, he's got all the field in now, except with the exception of sweepers on the leg side and offside. So 2 men out, everybody else saving 1. Smith will be bowling to Peter Hanscom. 2 to win. Hanscom 2 for his 50. Tells his short fine leg to go wider, go wider, go on the 45. He has now gone on the 45. Smith is in and bowls. Hanscom is down the wicket, working it to that short fine leg and taking the 1. And taking the 1, he moves on to 49. Well, what is Vian Mulder going to do here? Just play these next 5 balls out? Hanscom is marching down, I suspect, to tell him, if it's there, you hit it.
Yeah. It's a very strange shot to have played when he was going to have basically to get those 2 runs in 1 ball and then only tickle it around the corner.
He's in that frame of mind at the moment. I mustn't get out, and he hasn't, and he's 49 not out. But he's watching as, with the scores level, Tom Smith comes in to bowl to Vian Mulder. Bowls, Mulder is forward, dropping it out to the offside. Hanscom wants one, Mulder sends him back. And Graham Buren, with a slight smile on his face, picks up the ball at extra cover, dot ball. But, well, if it makes Gloucestershire supporters feel any better, and I suspect it won't, the ball hasn't turned for Smith. And they bring in the sweeper from the offside boundary now, Gloucestershire. Smith is in and bowls. Mulder goes back. He's appealing for leg before it's going on down the leg side. It is a leg bye, and Leicestershire have won. They are through to the one-day cup final. They have won the game by 6 wickets. Peter Hanscom finishes 49 not out. Vian Mulder finishes 55 not out. It looked as though it was going to be a real nail-biter when they were reduced to 33 for 4, chasing a heart target of just 126. In the end, their 2 internationals, Hanscom and Mulder, did a marvellous job for the Foxes, putting together an unbroken partnership to see them home. And Leicestershire, for the first time for an awful long time, are through to a final, September the 16th at Trent Bridge against Hampshire.
Well, congratulations to Leicestershire. They have pulverised Gloucestershire's batting today. 125 was all they could manage, and in the end for Gloucestershire it is bitter disappointment for a team which I think rightly felt that it had the tools, the experience to go all the way and win another 50 over trophy for the county, but it is not to be this year. The semi-finals is where this excellent run, and it has been an excellent run of 5 consecutive victories, comes to an end in pretty dramatic fashion, with Leicestershire winning with, what, 21.5 overs to spare and by 6 wickets in the end. It wasn't looking quite so comfortable at 33 for 4, chasing 126 to win, but always felt as though there was going to be that potential release of pressure once that new ball was seen off, and that's exactly what this unbroken partnership between Hanscom and Mulder was able to do.
93 they put on. And yeah, Gloucestershire will ask themselves, had that leg before decision been given against Hanscom, they would have been through. Not necessarily to the all-rounders. Kimber is a frontline batsman, but he's very young and inexperienced.